Well, good morning, everybody. We are going to start off and try to catch up to some of the things that we did yesterday and hopefully try to build on some of those things. As I told you yesterday, this is an interactive process. And so for those in the room, I hope that as we move through today's presentation, we're going to have a lot of dialogue and a lot of questions that relate directly to what you're going to go back and do. And for those observers online, I hope that they are responsive enough to be able to send out messages to me via email and connect with me in that way if you have questions, concerns. That's part of what we're trying to do here. Our goal, not only for this class and this certificate series, but really as the SWIRI Center, is to be able to assist the profession in moving this big ball forward here for us. And so don't hesitate to throw things out. We are going to take questions as we go along. I'm not sure we're going to have a lot of time at the end unless you'd like to stay after, and I'll stay after as long as you'd like. But engage the questions when you come into your thought process here today. So I left off before we spoke with Jim last night. Everybody enjoyed that process? Do we like the idea of engaging what really happens out there? Is that, I think, important for us? Good, because that's what I'm going to do a lot of today, so as far as case studies and those types of things. I left off with this idea of the fence and the ambulance, right? And what's our goal and what's the best solution? I think the idea that building a fence is a whole lot better than having the emergency care down below. We need the emergency situation down below, and that's a great opportunity that we already have a wonderful system for. But I don't think we've done a very good job of building a fence for employees, and I don't think we've done a very good job of telling employers that you need to build a fence. You don't need to build an ambulance, right? And I would tell you that the majority of the marketplace right now in on-site care is still getting the emergency vehicle to the front door as fast as they can. Even the on-site care centers that are being produced at places like Toyota that I mentioned yesterday are still reactionary care systems. They're still, how can we most efficiently take care of the problem after it's happened? And there's value in that, but that's not where the cost savings is. And I think that, as I expressed yesterday, the cost savings, the suffering savings, comes from us doing a better job of keeping people healthy, or let's just say improving their health, because I don't know that healthy it would describe most Americans today. So we're going to start off this morning, and we're going to take a look at some pictures of people doing real work in real companies in real places. And we'll start off with these young gentlemen right here, and what they're doing is they're building a platform for a home. And so you guys took ergonomics the last session, so talk to me about what you see here. Anybody have any ideas as to what is good or bad about this situation? I know it's early, but we still need participation.
We're wearing shorts, number one.
Yep.
Secondly, it was terrible with him holding his hand in the top. That's just fraught for a shoulder injury. And
so we were wearing shorts. Yeah. We're pushing down with that left hand. I've got a knee pad around my left shin.
Yeah, ankle. Yeah, you got a however many pound framing nailer. I mean, it's just all that.
Anybody else? What else do we see? Is there eye protection? I don't see any. You know what? Actually, it's not a very good picture, but there is. They both have eye protection. So the nail gun probably isn't going to do much. What else do we see? No gloves. Debris on the floor. One guy's standing there not helping. What do you think about that guy? Right? Come on, hurry up. It's not my turn to work. It's your turn.
Even though he's using a power tool, it's apparent that there's a lot of force involved in that job.
Right?
His hip against that force.
Do we see his forearms? The guy who's doing the work, look at his forearms. Right? There's some muscle engagement taking place there, right? Can't quite see that shoulder that he's pushing down with, or we can't quite see that hip that he's pushing up with. right? But he's on his tiptoes. What's happening here is the big board running longitudinally needs to match up with the I-beams going across, and they don't quite do it on the platform. And so he's got to lift up with one leg and push down with the arm to be able to nail it in, right? This is what this guy does all day long, every day. Yeah, right? I mean, how many? This is one bed, right? What happens to this guy at the end of an 8-hour day, or the end of a 40-hour week, or he's 23, 24? I don't know how old he is. Maybe he's 26. They all look young to me, right? What happens to him when he's 50? Can he do this job when he's 50? Certainly not, right? When does this guy come into your office? Does he come into the office at the end of the day saying, man, my shoulder kind of hurts? I got this problem with my hip thing. I don't know what's going on. What do you do? I don't know. I don't do anything. Have you been in an automobile accident? Nope. Nope. Have you had a workplace injury? Nope. This is what happens out there, guys. This is what's taking place for us, right? So I'm on site, right? I'm taking a picture of these guys, and they know I'm taking a picture, right? And they see me standing there taking pictures, so they know something isn't quite right. So what happens? Nope. One guy steps in and says, I better do something here because my supervisor might see that I'm not doing anything, right? So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to come behind him, and I'm going to help him lift up on that because that's really hard. How about the angle of that wrist right now as he's about ready to send that nail into that board? Do we see the veins in his arm popping out because of the exertion of the forearm that's taking place? This is what happens out here. This guy goes home at the end of the day and he thinks that the fatigue he feels, the stress that he feels, this is just normal. Right? This is what he's done. This is what he was trained to do. And you want to know what? These are two of the best workers that they have in their department. Right? Because they're young, number one. Right? And they're willing to do the work. This is the type of stuff that that we need to get out there and to help with, right? Can we put them in a better position, right? Can we teach them about what they need to be doing better while they're working, after they work, in between they work, right? When we get done with this and we're going to the next I-beam, what should we do, right? Should this person at the end of the day have his forearm looked at, have his shoulder looked at, saying, hey, this is a high-risk area. We need to be really careful here. Not only should you be doing these stretches, but if you feel these signs and symptoms, maybe you need to come in, and maybe we need to do a little muscle work or ART or whatever our therapy is so that we don't have an injury next week, or we don't have an injury next month, or we certainly don't have this person leaving because they just can't physically do it anymore, right? This is the type of stuff that we see out there. This is a manufacturing facility, and we're going to go through a lot of this type of stuff, but this is the same case that somebody at a computer desk whose mouse is too far out, right? That's the type of stuff. These are things that we all know right now, right? You guys pointed out all the things that you've taken one weekend and you know all this stuff, right? Getting in there and making a change is the difference in my mind, right? Because we can talk with this employee in our office and we can say, well, what do you do at work? And he says, yeah, you know what, I'm a nailer. And you say, okay, you write down he's a nailer. What does that mean to you? When you're on site and you can walk from a treatment room and you can go out and you can watch them on the floor do this and you go, whoa, now I know why we have some little epicondylitis taking place, right? This is what we need to do a little bit different. This is what we need to do to make sure that you're not furthering that condition, or this is the treatment plan we need to put in place. That's the exciting thing, right? That's a really fun way to practice. I want to tell you that that's a really, really fun way, because what you do is when you change this guy's work effort, he hits 3 more home runs on the weekend on softball because that forearm isn't quite as sore from work. And that's what's most important to him.
Do you find pictures more helpful? I mean, walking through what you're doing, but taking the pictures and then taking them back and looking at them?
So here's a question. should we take pictures on site? Is it more helpful in education and those types of things? Well, yeah, you know what? It really is. Now, I'll tell you that you need to make sure that you're communicating with the company, that you're taking pictures, and you need to have, again, them sign off on your ability to use them in an environment like this and or to go outside. It's always, when I'm on site and when you're on site, you should go out and you should take pictures, and then you should go back and you should show the employee, right? When we showed him this, right, and we talked to him about this, that makes a bigger change for him, right? And you can show him what the difference is. And that's something that I did not do early on in my career, but is very valuable. Video is very valuable. All of those things are really important. Just make sure, and we'll talk about this in the January session, that you have the legal right to do so, because there's a lot of proprietary information that some companies don't want to release through this form. But yeah, you know, obviously, I mean, you can talk about something a lot, right? I can talk about your employees aren't doing their job right and they're not in good ergonomic position. But if you put that picture in front of a person who's writing a check, they say, man, that's not good for me.
Can a nailer be two-handed like a sawzall?
There's a lot of different there's a lot of different tool options out there, and some are better than others, and some are better for different workstations. I would never suggest what he was trying to do be a two-handed. We'll go back. So one of the things that we'd love to be able to recommend to this company is that they go out and they buy all brand new nailers, because the tool industry has got 100 better options than the one he has in his hand. But the company isn't so sure they want to pay $300 per tool or $1,300 per tool to replace all of them right now. But part of our assessment, part of our ergonomic evaluation, part of our recommendation, part of our prioritization to a company should be, we'd love a nailer that doesn't need to hold that many nails, right? And is significantly lighter, produces significantly less vibration, right? Uses a lot less force than it needs to, right? We'd love to replace every tool in there. But if you walk in and you say, here's your suggestion, replace every tool in the whole place, they're going to say, all right, well, there's the door, because we don't have the funding to do that, right? So it's got to be part of the process, and we'll get to that in just a little bit.
Be two-handed?
It can be.
Can be out of way of any danger of kickback or...
You know, the question about two-handed, you'd be better off going to a smaller tool that's lighter, that's newer, you know, than having a two-handed. Then you can have a hand-free, because you're still going to have some balance and some placement, and when you're in a two-handed, you have to have a two-employee. Joe?
Jed, is this designed to be a two-person operation?
That was, yeah.
Because, you know, you guys remember I talked about jigs and fixtures, right? Something that holds something in place to free up the other hand, right? So a locking mechanism that he's doing, he's lifting that beam with his leg, and then he's pushing down so they match up and bang, then he nails it in there. But this is a classic example, you guys, of build a mechanical device that slides it along. Now it holds it, it locks it in, and you know, not big rocket science. In-house, they could produce such a device. It would not be difficult.
Joe gets to the exact recommendation that we put for this, right? Is that the recommendation is that at the end of this long board, whose weight brings it down, we just have a guiding rail. And they can do that for, you know, for the scrap metal that they have sitting around out back that's rusting out right now, right? They can put a guide rail in and lift that up enough, and it solves a lot of solutions. So taking a look at those things is certainly really important for us. This is not meant to be a two-person job, right? This is meant to be a one-person job, but they're running behind, and so the person whose next job is supposed to be going is having to step in and help out, which I will tell you is a great thing, right? The manufacturing facilities that you run into where the guy says, I'm not going to help out the next guy ahead of me or the guy behind me, if it's not my turn to work, I'm going to stay here. That's a culture that's not very safe, right? So when you go in and you do your assessment, like we'll talk about later this morning, and you find out that this guy says, I'm going to wait till that part gets down to me, and I ain't going to go help him, and I'm not going to go help the person behind me when I'm ahead, that's a dangerous environment for us, right? It should be a team process. This company right here, it builds mobile homes, right? Their goal shouldn't be to be the person who nails the flooring, right? Their goal as an employee, should be able to put the best home out there that they can. And when they don't feel that part of it, then their job is just nailer, right? If when you go out and you survey employees and their response is that I'm a nailer, that's a bad culture, right? That's not what we want. We want to train those employees. We want to come in and we want to encourage management to not only use our services, but other services to say, I'm an employee of company XYZ and we make widgets. That's the culture that we want, right? That's what we want to hear from employees. And so when we're doing our assessment and we don't hear that, that should be a red flag that says, hey, I'm not necessarily on the team process here. And so when I see that guy over there and he's got to lift that 50-pound part, I'm just going to wait for him to lift it because that's his job, not mine. That's not a very, very good culture. And I'll tell you what, the exciting thing is that that culture can be changed strictly by coming in and providing health care where somebody cares about what they do. Very, very interesting thing that we've seen that we'll, again, get to later. Okay, so we're going to go through a couple of these slides. What do we see that concerns you about this slide right here? Anything? Slip and fall. And I'll give you a little bit of background because my picture's so focused. So this is a step. These are stairs that come from the right, go up to the left. And then at the top, they're doing a job we'll see in just a little bit. Is there anything here that stands out quickly?
The debris again.
The debris again.
I can't tell, is that beam hanging in the air or is it on the ground?
Oh! That's a very good observation, right? Didn't think we'd get that one this early in the slide. So this one right here, right? Should have my pointer. That support isn't touching the ground right there for us, right? But did it ever touch the ground? I think it does. At some point, I think that beam was back here. Because we're seeing scrape marks along the cement, right? So here's our step from a different view, and I was kind of baiting you into a few things, right? So now we can see that we are off the ground here, right? And these are the steps that we go up to perform this job. And what this job is take those beams right there. Those are I-beams made of steel, right? That forklift is going to put them on, and then we're going to flip them to the conveyor. So we'll go back. So we're going to use that tool that's on the top of that step. And we're going to pull one of those 24-foot I-beams, something along that lines, pull that back onto a conveyor belt to head it in. The trouble is that the platform we're standing on isn't fixed to anything. And the marks on the cement are because every time I pull that thing, that platform moves for us, right? Is this a dangerous situation for us? How much force do I have to have when I'm on the front end, right? So I'm on this end, right? The platform is here. I'm on this end, and I have to get that whole I-beam, that whole piece of steel, to flip over onto a conveyor belt with a hand tool. How much force do I got to pull with so that it bends and bends and bends and bends and bends and then flips on there? And meanwhile, my platform is moving. Is that a bad situation? Yeah. Right. This is how the process is done. This is what's happening in your communities. This is what's happening not necessarily at just this place, but a lot of places, right? Do they know that this is a problem? Probably. You want to know why they know this is a problem? Because they've had people fall off of it, they've had people get hurt here, they've had shoulder injuries take place here, and they want to come out and they want to say, well, what's the problem here? Can you guys go handle this situation? Do you think you could see this? Do you think you'd walk out there and watch this happen and go, whoa, this is not very good, right? We can do this, right? This is part of what we can do. Here's another situation right here, and this one's even a little bit tougher. What do we see that isn't good about this saw situation?
All the materials on the floor doesn't help.
All the materials on the floor don't help, right?
I can't tell if there's a guard on the saw, but it looks like it's balanced with the 2x4 there.
Oh, the 2x4 coming down, you're saying? Right. So I walked in and I didn't think much of this, right? I didn't have a whole lot of concern about what was going on in this situation because to me this looked pretty good. Matter of fact, the 2x4 that went down, you know what? That was a brand new 2x4 that was perfectly balanced in the exact right situation, had a platform bottom that was bolted to the floor, and I thought, wow, that's great. Until I did one thing. Until I talked to the employee that was working at this situation. I said, what's your biggest problem? And he said, well, my biggest problem is that I used to have this saw fall over on me all the time. So I created this jig so that it wouldn't do it. I thought it was created by the safety person that said, we're going to have this saw, we've got to have this, it was strictly done by the employee, right? My point in this slide is that one of the best things that you can do when you're out doing ergonomic work or safety work or you're analyzing your on-site chiropractic care or whatever it is ask the employee, right? I missed that completely. Right? I thought that was just already part of the safety program until I talked to the employee. And you want to know what? This same situation was happening in a handful of different places throughout, and they didn't have this same jig because not everybody was quite as sharp as the employee that worked in this station. And he was sick of his saw being running and falling on him, right?
That stand was completely undersized for that saw. It looks like
Right. So there's a lot of improvements that we can make, right? I mean, it's not a great situation, for sure. The biggest problem with this saw, the support system was probably okay, but the biggest problem is that the saw came with plastic components, and when those plastic components wore out, then the saw fell over. So DeWalt, and I don't mean to bash on any one company, they provided this opportunity, and it was safe at when they sold the product. But when the clamps, which were made of plastic, wore out because they were over-tightened or vibration or whatever else, when those clamps wore out, then it couldn't handle the saw for what they were doing. They're not cutting 2x12s here, right? They're cutting trim work. So again, ask the employee, right? That's one of the things that we're going to talk about in our assessment. What do we do to engage the employee as into how we can, because it does two things, right? It makes us look a lot smarter. It made me look, because I could go back to the company and I could say, you know what, this is a horrible situation. I would have walked through that place and said, wow, that's really pretty good. But I got a whole lot smarter because I stopped to ask the employee, what can we do to help you out here? And he said, well, I think we should have these on all. And as a matter of fact, I think it should be better. And as a matter of fact, if you want to solve the whole problem, we should take away these plastic clamp downs and we should make them out of something other than plastic. Right? Ask the employee because they will give you great feedback. You will not always be able to do everything they want because they're going to come to you with crazy suggestions. Right? But it engages the employee in better solutions. And at the end, you know what we're going to do with this picture right here? We're going to put this on the video boards at this company's work, and we're going to say this improvement was related to Dale in trim work, right? And Dale brought us this solution, and we want to thank Dale. What does that do for company morale? What does that do for the next guy who has the next solution to the next problem? It gets him wanting to be on that video board. You know what? Because Dale just got a $25 gift certificate to the supper club in town. That's the type of stuff that we need to do to engage employees. How about this guy? What do you notice about him? Needs new shoes. What else?
Chad, what is that above him?
So, okay, yeah, good idea. Good question, Elizabeth. So on top, and again, maybe you can see it over on this side right here, is that frame of that same home that he's building, right? And this home is on trailer, and now he's underneath the frame, and now what he's doing is he's taking that wooden frame on top and bolting it to the metal trailer below. So what do you tell me, good or bad? Let's talk about the good things. There's a lot of good here. Is he crawling underneath there? Right? He's on a creeper of some sort. Exactly right. He's got steel-toed boots. We know that, right? What else? He's got eyewear. Really important because why? Because he's underneath everything he works at, right? What else? Yep, he's got a glove on, he's got gloves on both hands actually, and as a matter of fact, the gloves that are here they're not only a fabric glove, but they'll resist a little bit of vibration too, because that's an air tool that he's working with, which is exciting. Okay, so tell me anything bad that you see. We got some housekeeping issues. Not horrible in this situation, but they still, right? We're going along a floor and we're asking the wheels to move. What do you notice about his shoes? What do we say about his shoes? They're steel toe, right? How do you know that? Why do you only see one steel toe and not two? Right? So he's on that toe an awful lot. He's on that toe for two reasons, right? As Joe mentions, one of the things that he does is that prior to this setup, he's got to go through and he's got to be kneeling down and riveting all around the outside. And then when he's on the underside of this, guess how he moves along? Puts his foot up and he kicks off on the thing, and then what he does is that he slows himself down with that right foot. Does he slow himself down with the left foot ever? Doesn't look like it to me, does it, right? So we should ask him, why is your right toe exposed and your left toe not? These are the types of observations that we need to look at. As chiropractic, we look at asymmetry all the time, right? This is a classic example of asymmetry and asking the employee what's going on. Gary?
What kind of a creeper is he laying on? Because it looks like his whole pelvis and everything is distorted there.
What kind of creeper is he on? He's on that kind.
That's really nice.
What do you think about that? Tell me some good or bad about the creeper that he's on. It has been modified, it looks like. Good or bad? What do we see? Too narrow, too irregular.
Whenever you see employees modifying their tools, you know that there's a problem.
Don says whenever you see employees modifying their tools, you know that there's problems. I would completely agree. The creeper that they started with was a completely different model, right? It was a completely rectangular creeper that we would go underneath a car with, right? I'm not a mechanic, but we see these mechanic things, and it had a little headrest, right? A nice little pad that was never durable enough to be in this environment, right? We're in an industrial environment. So what did he use for to improve the durability of his headrest? Duct tape, right? Yeah, very good. What else did he do to his creeper that made it a little bit better for him? He put some carpet on it from somewhere in the place, right? Because that was more durable and probably a little bit more comfortable than plywood. What else did he do? He narrowed it at his pelvis. Why did he do that? Because what he told me is that he could rotate his hips a little bit better so that he could move underneath there a little bit easier. Because you have to shimmy over one side or shimmy over to the other side, and so he could just rotate his hips and move a little bit easier for him. What else do we notice? What else did he add? The wheels were that wide on the front, but they didn't have the shoulder supports. Does it look like those steel things at the top were maybe added on or welded on? Do you think he got his buddy at the end of the day to weld on some supports so that he didn't have to hold that tool up with his arm the whole time? That he could just rest that shoulder, that arm on there, right? And he didn't have to support that process the whole time. This is a pretty smart guy, right? He's a pretty young guy, right? He's got friends at this facility that'll do things for him, doesn't he? Right? How about the toolbox? Do you think he got sick of moving that toolbox down and moving that toolbox down and moving that toolbox down? He had that same guy weld on his parts box. Employees are pretty smart people, right? You want to know why they're pretty smart people? Because at the end of the day, they want to feel better than not good, right? They want to find ways that are going to do things better. Can you help them do that? Can you help them in this process? We can probably find a little bit better way, right? what do you think about going in and making a recommendation about a brand new unit right here, a brand new creeper that you can design that can be way better than all of this? Should that be your first goal? Be a suggestion? Speak up. What are you going to do? Can you do better than this? Be honest. You can't be wrong here. You can't, because both answers are right. Right? You can do better than this, right? If you have the right training, if you have the right understanding, if you know the job well enough, I think your background as a healthcare provider can make a better creeper than this guy has. The mistake that you can easily make is to tell the employee on day one that that's the case, that you're smarter than them. I think what you do in this situation is you go to management and you say, man, your employees are really, really creative, really great people. They've taken a bad situation and made it a lot better. And somewhere down the line, we want to make this creeper even better than it is, but we want to encourage the employees to continue to engage in this conversation. We want to encourage the employees to be an active participant in the ergonomic program, in the safety program, in the wellness program. And if we walk out there and tell him his wasn't good enough, ours is better, right, that's what he hears, is that he was wrong. And is he ever going to, I don't care if you make it twice, 3 times, 10 times better, 10 times more efficiently, he is not going to like it nearly as well. Because he's got pride in that, right? This is what he's done. You couldn't imagine how proud he was to tell me all about his creeper. Right? Use that, right? Tell him how good it is. Tell him how amazed you are. Aren't you pretty amazed at that? This is a kid right here, right, who got through the 12th grade, you know, and then he went and got a job at this company, right? He doesn't have a 4-year degree. He doesn't have a chiropractic education. He hasn't spent 360 hours in an occupational health program. He just knows what feels better at the end of the day. Engage him in the process, right? Get him excited about, this is a kid right here, we should go out and the next time you're on site say, what do you think we could do to do better here? Because you want to know what? I have no idea what it's like at the end of an 8-hour day to drill bolts above my head. I don't know what that's like. I would like his opinion on that. We need to engage the employee in what we're doing. So, employee health and the continuum there is, right? So the guy that was on this creeper had taken a lot of energy and effort to feel a little bit better at the end of the day, right? The employees that you saw in those last couple pictures were young people doing physical work, I would say in really, really good shape physically. And where were they on this health continuum, do you think? So, if we think of our health, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, right? I think that every employee at every company, I think that every person in this room is somewhere on this health continuum. Some of us are in that danger zone where maybe the few extra pounds that I've put on isn't so good, maybe the diet that I use, maybe my exercise program that I'm involved with isn't quite as good, and it's putting me in that danger zone, right? I could slip down below and have an injury pretty easily, right? Or maybe some of us are in the disease care. Maybe I'm treating that low back condition because of all of these things. Or maybe I'm treating that shoulder condition that's taking these things. Or maybe I'm a diabetic, and so I've got this disease care management that I've got going on. Maybe I'm on the bottom. Maybe I'm more towards that bottom bell of the curve, and there's, I guarantee, a whole lot of people below that line that are in that deep, deep red. Or maybe I'm on that far right where it's health maintenance and it's green and golden and the skies are good and, you know, I'm going to run a marathon this weekend and, you know, things are very good on a physical, emotional, mental scale for me. I'm really, really good there.
This is awesome graphic. Where can we get it? Copy that. See, it's this Worry Center.
Yeah, you know, this is one of the, this is a tool that we use to communicate with employers, right? And we tell employers that every one of your employees is at a different spot on this graph. I would say that every patient that walks into your offices is at a different point on this graph. And it's your goal as a healthcare provider to find out where they're at. Because if you're going to give advice to the person on the far right at the top of the green, that advice is going to be a whole lot different than if you're giving somebody at the bottom of the bell curve in the red, right? And so when somebody comes to you and says, why do I need to be seen 3 times a week? That was a question yesterday, right? And we need to pose that answer to a company. We should say to them, because that employee is so far down in the red it looks brown. That's where they're at, right? What can we do to encourage people along this scale to move further to the green? That's our goal on site, right? Our goal on site is to evaluate where each employee is and where they need to go to get as high on that green scale as possible. If companies had everybody up in the green, man, they'd be productive, they wouldn't have absenteeism, they wouldn't have turnover, they wouldn't have workplace injuries, their healthcare costs would be extremely low. That's what's going to save healthcare cost, right? Is to get everybody as high on that scale as possible. The problem is that most of those people aren't high on that scale. Most of their employees are in that danger zone or below that danger zone. We need to find out where everybody's at there, and we need to move them over time to a higher situation. The funny thing is if we're talking work comp for just a moment, and again, I'll say that our on-site chiropractic programs are much more than just work comp. But if we're talking work comp, every employee at every company who doesn't have a documented injury is at the top of the green scale. And when they get hurt, they're at the bottom of the red scale. And the work comp system says that the company's responsible financially to get them to the top of the green, or at least out of the danger and into the, if we think of that green shading starting to be no pain, which again, I think that a dangerous determination of whether we're healthy or not is pain. I think that's just a sign of where we're at on the continuum. But
Not that it should change our goal. Our goal is to get them and keep them in the green, but if they're documented and known to have been in the yellow and they go down into the red, workers' comp responsibility is really just to get them back to the yellow.
So what our doctor's saying is that if we can document that they're in the yellow and they drop down into the red and have a work comp, then work comp says we have to get them back to the yellow. And he's right.
Insurance companies take that.
Right. That's the work comp insurance reimbursement process, right? So we're going to talk about pre-placement screenings. We're going to talk about examinations, setting a baseline of where an employee is. Yeah, then that helps in that work comp system a whole lot for us, for sure. I want you guys to think of this graph the rest of today, right? Because we're going to talk a lot about this point right here for us and where people are and where people need to go and what we can do to move them into a higher level, and that should be our goal. Our goal, I believe that our goal as a healthcare society for many years is focused on getting people out of the red. I think our goal should be focusing on getting people as green as they can be. And for some people, that shade of green is going to be pretty light. Right? For factors that may be within our control or out of our control, but let's get them to that point, right? Right? And some people we can get really green. But let's get as many people out of the red as we can.
Do we get a copy of that? Or
Yeah, it's in your notes, and if you're looking for the exact graphic, you email me. Yep, you email me. Yep. All right, so where do you think these guys are on that scale?
Danger zone, maybe.
What tells you that? So they're in the danger zone, I've heard. What tells you that?
It picks up off the floor.
Yep.
It could be raised up.
Yep, could be raised up. So we're thinking ergonomic stuff right now, right? So we could certainly see some ergonomic improvements here for us.
Green coat off, it looks like it's in pain just bending. I mean, he looks like
Looks like it's uncomfortable for the guy in the green just to even bend over. Might have some health issues. Should we ask him about that?
The younger guy looks like he could do it, but he's just doing it wrong.
Yep, bending, twisting. These are ergonomic things again, right?
one guy's wearing cowboy boots. Slippery cowboy boots.
All good stuff. All good stuff, right? Cowboy boots. All, again, more ergonomic stuff. Is there anything else we can talk about other than ergonomics here?
Whack your head. You probably are at home.
How else can we find out what's good or bad about this situation other than looking at a picture? Ask them. Exactly right. How are you feeling today? How do you feel at the end of the day? How do you feel at the end of the week? Right? Ask the employee not even about their workstation, ask them how they feel. Because sometimes they'll really surprise you. You want to know what the guy in the green told me? He's really, really good. Right? He's accommodated to what he has to do. His bending and twisting, he can pick these parts up and go on and move on, and he's just fine with it. You want to know what his complaint was? He's wondering if he had a heel spur. Right? Would that have entered your mind? You want to know what I did? As I was out evaluating this, I said, well, take off your boot. Let's take a look. What a valuable thing for an employee, right? Right? He came up with a question and he asked if he had a heel spur. Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take off your boot. Take a seat. Let me see. Right? And as Jim would tell you right now, sometimes you got to take off a stinky boot and remove a stinky sock and give somebody really good advice and then go wash your hands and move on for the day. Right? Right? That's part of what we do too. We asked the employee, and his biggest concern wasn't any of these other things that I thought we would see, right? That I saw too, right? And I wasn't going to go out. I was asking him about his ergonomics, right? And he didn't care about any of those things. He just wanted to know how to fit. Every time he stepped on that foot, it hurt, right? He needed a new pair of boots for one. How about this guy here? What can we say about this?
He's gonna trip on his pants.
Yep.
He's sanding,
That hip machine.
He's sanding. Yep. He's using a.
Hip machine, so he doesn't have to put the weight down on it.
Right. So he's got to put a fair amount of force into pushing down, obviously, right?
Is that a sander?
It is. It's a sander. He's sanding a floor. Right? What do we see in his ear? There's a pen in his ear. Why would there be a pen in his ear? Because he doesn't do this job all the time. But I watched for 15 minutes, and he did this job the entire time. Right? I was doing a walkthrough right here. This was a walking through the department. This is the thing you're going to be doing, right? You're going to walk through a company, and you're going to watch employees, and you're going to see what they're doing, and you're going to go, wow, that job right there looks like it's a whole lot of work for a long period of time. If I got to sand a floor where I have to lean at that angle, right? Right? We can talk about other healthcare issues and his need to lose a few pounds and all the, but he's putting a lot of force into that job.
Is the guy behind it doing the same job? It doesn't look like he's working this hard.
He's setting his up, so it is the same job. But I want to point out that he's got a pen in his ear because that was the key question that I had here.
Well, look at, if that's his posture all that time, look at the moment, look at, 12-pound head hanging out over his shoulders, he's going to kill us off the back.
When I asked him about the pen in his ear, he said, well, this is the only thing, I only do this for about 10 or 15 minutes out of every 3 hours. The rest of the time, I'm off doing something different. So I went in here and was going to make a recommendation to the company that this employee was in serious, serious trouble, right? But he wasn't in serious trouble. The guy who's behind him, it's off of the slide, he's in great physical condition because he does this job every single day. And to do this job every single day, you're going to burn some calories, right? And you're going to be in a lot better shape, right? But this guy just was helping out here for us. And so be careful when you're walking through. And my point here is that when you're walking through, ask the employee how long they do this situation, right? How long are they there? What else do they do as part of their job responsibility? Don't just assume that you can walk up and you can look at something and say, man, for these 5 minutes I'm watching this employee do this, and this is they do this all day long, I can't believe this, and then I'm going to write a recommendation that says, man, I watched Gary out in floor sanding right there, and I can't believe you put people in that, and I've got all this recommendations, and then the company comes back as you're sitting at the table and say, Gary doesn't do that all day long. That's an awkward position to be in, right? That's one of those points where Jim would be really good at getting his way out of, right? I'm not sure the rest of us are so good about that. Ask the employee what's going on here.
Chad, could we take a moment and keep probing this? There's 3 other factors, right? What we talked about last time. Do you think there's some noise issues? Think there's vibration issues?
Yeah.
Think there's airborne contaminants?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Those are the 3 things that come to mind, right? Notice his right shoe. Look how distorted that shoe is in terms of the amount of force. And then, of course, where should that force be coming from? With his elbows at that angle? Or should that at least, just think about that. Think of where the forces are going through his body in order to accomplish the task. Because he's probably moving it side to side, in a variety of directions. But in my mind, the whole idea of the fatigue factor, is he prone to elbow shoulder issues, you guys? Big time, right? I mean, even if he only does it 6 times a day or whatever, a small portion of his life.
So again, as Joe said, there's so many ergonomic issues for what this job calls for, right? I mean, we got a lot of trouble taking place here. And in this situation, the company's tried some different things, and they're willing to try a few more things, but they're not going to make this situation perfect, right? We're not going to be able to point out and correct all of the ergonomic things. But as Joe says, let's show this picture to the decision maker and say, look at this employee. Look at all the things that you're asking this employee to do that aren't very good. If you cannot afford a different process, an air collection system to get rid of the particles that he's putting up, if you don't want to go with a higher grade level of sandpaper on the bottom of that sander because it doesn't last as long, or you haven't found the right one, or it doesn't give you the right end product, right? If you don't want to make those decisions, you better do at least one further thing. You better have somebody for this person to go to at the end of the day if they don't feel very good, right? Or if they need to be evaluated, right? Because sometimes we have all kinds of ergonomic trouble that we can't engineer out, or the company isn't willing to purchase, or that we can't make a reality. But the one thing that the company has the ability to do is to hire you to come in, to be on site, to make sure that we can do everything to restore that employee's health back to a higher level of green at the end of the day, right? This employee might have started out in the green and gets into the yellow by the end of the day, and then after a night's rest, is back in the green. And then after another day's work, they're back in the yellow. And this continues on and on and on and on. Do we follow my discussion here? Right? But what happens when, when it comes Thursday night, and Thursday night's bowling league, right? And in bowling league, bowling doesn't get done till about 11 or 12, and the bar doesn't really close till 2, and so I don't get quite as much rest. I don't get as high back into that green, and then I come in and do the same process again, right? And so that process continues with us. If this person at the end of the day or at the beginning of the morning could come in and say, God, can we take care of that trigger point that's in that muscle way back there, and you get in there and you're working that levator scapula, right? Or you're working that deltoid, right? Or that teres minor, right? You're going through and you're making that T4 adjustment because he was in a car accident 4 years ago, right, and has an instability at T4, but he's got to do this job, and if we don't restore the position of T4 at the beginning of his day or the end of his day, he can't recover quite as quickly, right? That's the value that we bring into this situation. We need to know the ergonomics, we need to understand what we can do to recommend it, and over time, companies will buy into that. The more success that you have, the bigger the budget they'll be able to extend you to make improvements, right? We want to change out parts, let's do it on a process, but we can't do it. And we're going to change out every one of these jackhammers over the next 18 months, but right now we can change out one per month, right? Well, then we better take care of the person who's on the other end of that jackhammer, right? That's the exciting thing that I think that we have in what we're doing here today.
When you go in and you're first pitching yourself from services, and you're talking with the employer, you almost have to start the dialogue with, I'm going to point out some things, everything. I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't tell you honestly.
Sure. So the idea is, how do we talk to the employer about these things? Because our list can be infinitely long, right? We've got all these things we want to do to help them out, and you realize they're never going to be able to do that. The first thing that you always do when you walk in is you say, I'm here to show you the highest priority things that I see, right? Take care of the low-hanging fruit. I'm not an ergonomist, right? I'm not David Gilkey, right? I can't go in. I'm not going to do respirator evaluations. I'm going to come in, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to assess your company for the things that I think are the highest priority. And then I'm going to help you work through how you as a company can deal with those priorities. Highest priority would be to take care of this workstation. Can't do that. The next best thing is to take care of that worker. And/or I find out that you've done a really lot of good things with your ergonomic program, but you haven't done anything to improve the health and well-being of the employee. That's your priority. All right, as we're gathering, I'm going to get started again to try to keep on pace. We got a lot of information to cover as time goes here. And I think we've had a good opportunity to have some discussion along the presentation, and I want to continue to encourage that. If you've got questions, if you've got comments, that's part of what you're here to do, is to engage the thought process and really try to move the thinking forward here for us. And so I want to talk a little bit about our chiropractic solution to all of these things, and not necessarily my chiropractic, right, or Gary's chiropractic, or Don's chiropractic, right. As a chiropractic professional, what is it that you can do to provide some solutions to here? It is my belief that we can do a lot of different therapies, and we can take care of employees in a lot of different ways from a theoretical standpoint. And I'm not going to stand up here and promote one thing significantly more than another. I've had better success with things, and so that's what I use, right? That's how it works for me. But what is our chiropractic solution to a lot of these on-site issues, and how can we move a health and wellness program forward with our chiropractic services? So we certainly can treat, as Elizabeth told us yesterday, conditions probably more effectively, more efficiently, not probably. We've now been proven, which is an exciting thing, right? Because what I used to say is, I think I can do this more efficiently and get better results than anybody else you can bring in here. And you now know what we can do? Now we can hand them the study that Elizabeth showed us yesterday and said, we can do this. Not I think, but we can do this. And especially for people who are starting out in occupational health, and especially in on-site care, the problem is you don't have your own data, you don't have your own story to tell. But the really exciting thing is that we have other people out there that are putting their stuff in peer-reviewed scientific journals that are showing some outcomes. As a matter of fact, we'll talk a little bit later, and I'll show you a couple of my own stuff that says that not only we as a profession are saying that we're good at this, and not only is the research departments saying this, but there are insurance companies, right, that are saying that we're the best at treating these types of things. So, from a chiropractic solution standpoint, we can certainly treat workplace injuries more effectively. I'd like to spend a little more time talking about this slide. I'm just going to do it, and we'll figure out how it's going to work later. So this, again, is a slide that I walked into that tells me so much about what should be important for us on site. There are two younger employees, one guy who's been working there a really long time, and one has found a better way to do this process, right? So they're putting a ceiling on, and they're putting the finished product, and the younger guys are doing what? They're reaching up here with this whole thing, right? Because it's easy. I can do it faster. Huh? I'm better at it. I'm better at it. I'm better at it. The guy who's been doing this for the longest, what's he found at the shop? He's found a jig, right? He's found a. I'm going to use this so that I can keep in a power position for us right here too, right? Are they all doing the same job? They're all doing the same job. Yep, they're putting a finish on. They all have a matted brush that's putting a matted finish on the top. What you can't see in this picture, and I'm not sure if I have a picture of it, maybe I do a little bit later. I think we'll get to it here. So we can treat workplace injuries, I think, more efficiently. Not I think, I can prove that, right? We don't have to say I think, we can say I can prove that. We have studies that show that. And I'm here to engage you in the process of going out and providing programs and deriving results so that 5 years from now, I can say, not do we have one study, and not do we have 2 studies, but we've got 15 studies, or we got 20 studies. We've got a guy in Wisconsin, we got a guy in northern Minnesota, we got 3 in the Twin Cities here that all have studies that show from a no-doubt situation that we can have improvement for us. And there's a lot of it out there already. There's a lot of chiropractors across the country who are doing on-site care and providing really, really good results. And so it's no longer, I think I can, it's I can, right? We can do that, and I would say that one of the biggest selling points that we have, and again, this gets back to some of those initiating contacts, talking about our strengths, right? Focusing employers on what they have is a perception of us and what we can provide, right? If we walk in to an employer, I would say that the far majority of employers see chiropractic as a neuromusculoskeletal specialist, right? So start with that, right? I'm really good, I think, at taking care of wrist conditions. But the majority of companies that I talk to wouldn't think about me being the first person they could ever send their wrist condition to, right? They'd send their low back person to me, maybe even their neck person to me. Start with their knowledge base. Understand that neuromuscular system optimization is one of the things that we can talk about with the company. Get back to that green thing. I didn't say disease repair. I didn't say treatment, did I? I said neuromusculoskeletal system optimization, right? So I can take that person who's in the light green, and then I think that we can take that person and get them to a darker green. I think we can take that neuromuscular system that's way down in that red and drive it up into the lighter red, or the danger zone, or the high green. I believe that as a profession, that should be our primary message to companies. And when we get in there, then we can say, guess what? I can do a lot of other things. It's about building trust. It's about building relationships, right? The people who are most successful on site are able to establish credibility and build relationships, right? You can't build that relationship if you don't establish credibility. And most companies aren't willing to trust the fact that you can take care of migraine headaches for their employees because they don't know that chiropractic, what, migraine? Shouldn't you take medication for that migraine, right? Start with your specialty. And I would suggest that you don't even use the word spine, right? Because that's too narrow to me. Talk about neuromusculoskeletal, right? And when they say, what's neuromusculoskeletal? You say MSDs, right? Musculoskeletal conditions, because that's how it is in their term, right? That's where we talk to companies about. We're gonna just improve, right? Across the board, you bring me on site, and we can see a 10, 15, 20, 30% improvement in the neuromusculoskeletal system of people who are injured or not injured, right? Because it's the person in the yellow that you should be worried about is going to have a condition come up, and it is the person who's in the light green. If they were in the dark green of our graph, right, they would be more productive. They would have less defects of whatever they do, right? They'd be able to make more phone calls in a day because their neck isn't giving them so much trouble. Right? So I think that this is the conversation we need to have with companies as being the neuromusculoskeletal system optimization specialist. That sounds pretty good, right? But this is a meeting ground for us, right? I'm not a low back person. I'm a neuromusculoskeletal, right? All my training, and put it out in front of them as Elizabeth said, right? This is what my training has been in, right? Guess what I've also done? I've also taken some training in ergonomics, in occupational health, in injury prevention, right? I got this nutrition program that I've taken, right? Whatever your specialty is. I've taken the sports medicine program, and I'm an ART specialist. I've got this Graston technique that I use. Build on that. Start with this, right? And when you start with this, you can build a repertoire of saying, down the line, you might be able to walk in and say, you want to know what? Here's what I do. I take care of neuromusculoskeletal conditions, and I use this technique, and these are my results. And when you can hand results in front of them, then you don't got to do any other selling, right? Because that's what they're going to look at. They're going to look at your results, right? So those of you who have been out there and have been doing work, and you've collected that data, and you can put results in front of the next person, that's a really, really good place to be. Chiropractic Solution. We can help companies do this, right? So corporate solutions. Happy, healthy, motivated employees are productive and a source of profit. This is how, as I said yesterday, all companies see it, no matter how much they care or don't care about their employees. And there's companies out there across the spectrum. It's my contention that the vast majority of companies care a whole lot about their employees, especially in the communities that we're in, because they're not only their employee, but they're their neighbor, right? They sit on the same PTO committee with them. They're at the local car wash fundraiser with them. Employers, managers, senior management care about employees for the greater percent. but they understand that if they don't make a profit, they can't employ those people anymore, right? I think we provide some solutions to have that happier, healthier, motivated employees, because when we can do that, companies are going to see them become more productive and be a bigger profit center. That's how, in a business model, the employee, right, our employee hours, right, if we're just going to business school, if we're in a business class right now, your employees are seen very little different than the grade of material you get to make your part, right? How much do I have to pay for the best grade that's going to get me the product that I can sell at the most profit? At what point can I hire an employee that's going to produce the most for me to make the biggest profit? Because if that can happen, then I can go get a better employee, and or I can pay a higher level of compensation to an employee. Just like what type of aluminum can I buy that can give me the product that I want at the best profit margin, and if I make more profits, then I can invest back more into maybe a better grade aluminum and build from there. Do we understand that? That's how the business world works. It's a little bit different than how we see it sometimes, and I think sometimes companies and businesses take a really hard hit for that, right? Most companies take a hard hit that the company doesn't care about me, they can just go get another person, or those types of things. You know, I know what? They want the best person that they can pay that can produce the best profit so that they can reinvest in their company, because they know when they reinvest in their company, they can make a better profit. We can help them in that solution. We can improve the health, the well-being, and I believe that we can motivate employees to want to do better at work, right? When you're feeling better, don't you want to do everything kind of better, right? You know, when I'm rested, when I'm doing well, I'm a better dad, right? When I feel better, I'm a better dad. Does my health depend upon me? Does my desire to be a better dad depend upon my health? No, I want to be the best dad I can be at all times. But sometimes where I am at a health standpoint affects how I am a dad. And it's the same thing for employees. The healthier they are, the better they're going to do their job. And most employees want to be really good at what they do. There's something about our human innate intelligence that says at the end of the day, I want to feel good about what I did, no matter what that is. As we get into kind of the process of addressing companies and talking about how we approach companies, the process that I believe is best to move through, I want to share a story with you. And that story is about a company. So yesterday we talked about that first company that I went to. We had really good initial reports, right? Remember all those numbers that I came up with that were so great and I was so proud of at the time, and thought I had the world figured out and knew all the answers to occupational health and on-site treatment and all of those things. And I had that program, and part of our program was that we were going to make some ergonomic improvements, and we were going to have on-site care, and we were going to do health and wellness workshops. And those were the three pillars of my program. And they were really successful at the first company. As a matter of fact, by the time I talked to the company I'm going to mention in just a little bit, we had just started a second program with those same three pillars, and it was really exciting. I was a really smart person, right? We were going to make things happen here for us, right? We were going to spread this to the world. I went to a third company, right? And I sat down in the boardroom just like this. It wasn't this exact one, but I sat down in this boardroom and I said, here's the deal, here's my plan, here's the results that I've gotten. And they challenged me a little bit on the results, but I said, it doesn't matter. I'm on the second company. They're believing me. Here we go, right? We're going to improve your ergonomics. We're going to come and we're going to give healthcare talks to your employees, and I can motivate them. I know exactly how to do it. And on top of that, we're going to provide on-site care. And on-site care is really the big important thing for us, because that's where we're going to really have an impact on your employees. And I was excited, and all these things were taking place, right? And the gentleman sitting across from me looked at me and he said, I run a $130 million company right now. I would like to pay you to come in and use that energy and that enthusiasm to provide health care classes to all of my employees. Can you do that for me? And I said, I'd love to do that for you, but that's not the whole program. The whole program is this. We're going to provide on-site care, we're going to do some ergonomic work, and we're going to provide seminars. And that whole thing is what got me these last results, and that's what we should do here. And he looked at me and he said, all right, we'll get back to you. You want to know what he was doing to me at that point? He was saying, come in, prove yourself. right? Prove that you can take that energy and that enthusiasm and motivate my employees, and then I'll give you the open door policy. I was talking to a gentleman who makes decisions that are on a higher level, right? He had a family-owned company. This was his company that he built from ground zero. His 11-year-old kids were putting bottle caps on the tops of shampoo, 15, 20 years ago, and now he's running a $130 million company selling shampoo. And I was coming there to tell him exactly what he should do, and I wasn't willing to budge on any of it, right? I thought, this is what we have to have. This is what we need to do. My point is this, is be flexible, right? If you think you know what's best, you walk in and you make that presentation. You say, this is what's worked for me in the past. You do it humbly. You let your numbers speak for yourself. You bring enthusiasm and energy, and all of those things are good. And at the end of the conversation, you sit down and you say, now tell me, what can I do to help you? And you put it on their plate. And when they come back to you and they say, God, I'd really like to have that ergonomic stuff, or I'd really like you to come in and do healthcare talks, and we can work on the rest of it, you say, that's great. I don't think it's going to get the same results we've seen in the past because that's where my success has been, but I'd love to come in and I'd love to provide that service for you, and I'd love to show you how we can take that service and build it into the next ones. It's not a take it or leave it, right? You're going to walk in and you're going to have HR people that are going to have agendas. You're going to have financial people that are going to have budget restrictions. You're going to have all kinds of issues that you're going to have to play with, right? And if you go in there with a hardline attitude that you know exactly what's going to be and that the best thing you can do is provide chiropractic care to their employees, and if we're not going to do that, I'll go to the next company. I think in communities that we're all in, I think we need to engage the employer in whatever services we can that we feel are within our expertise. I think now looking back, a decade or more later, I think I could have gone in and I think I could have given some health information to those employees that would have made a little bit of improvement, right? I think that health information, that engagement, maybe a little bit of the motivation that we could have provided those employees would have moved them up on that health continuum a little bit further. And the company would have recognized that, and then they would have given me the opportunity to move it up a little bit higher. I think that that's what you need to do when you're planning your services. When you're doing your assessment of what services are best for the company and how what you do fits in with them, right? Understand that there is part of that process is what they can do at that time. They're not telling you that they're going to walk away forever. As a matter of fact, one of the contracts that I ended up getting was a contract that they came to me, right? We couldn't do it at the time. And I said, we're going to wait on this. You come back to me when you're ready. And it was the biggest contract that I've signed over the last 18 years. It wasn't a right fit at the right time. Don't be afraid to walk away from those situations, because what is your final goal at the end of the day? Win situation for everybody, right? If we can't create a win situation for everybody, if our primary goal, if the number one thing that I want to do at the end of my workday is to make sure that that employee is a little bit greener than they are red, right? That's my goal. Don't compromise anything else in that process, right? Don't take any shortcuts. I've tried, they don't work. They get you in bad spots. So this is the process that I think is really important. So now we're going to get into, and I think that the sheet is at the end of your notes as well, which might come up a little bit better than it does on the screen. Overdoing things well and doing things not so well over time, I think you need to have a process through which you go through in providing services to companies. And I don't care if you're looking at providing ergonomic work, if you're providing healthcare, on-site healthcare, if you're providing workshops, whatever you're doing, I think that you need to go through this process right here. And this is a process that at the Surrey Center, we're going to go with every company no matter where they want. Sometimes you'll go through this very fast, and sometimes it'll take a long time to get through this process. But I believe that we need to go through an assessment process that's going to lead to a strategic plan, that's going to go to a program approval. Then we're going to implement services. We're going to evaluate those services, and then at the end, what we're going to be able to do is that we're going to be able to provide a return on investment that's beneficial to the employer. And I think if we try to skip any of this process, if we try to short any of this right here, We might have some short-term success. We might have a program that lasts 6 months or a year. I've seen that happen, right? I've been part of that, right? But if you don't go through this process, if you don't work this process and everything, if this isn't the thought process you have when you walk in the door or when you're sitting down late tonight and wondering which companies you should go talk to tomorrow, if this isn't the process that you're going to use, I think it's dangerous for us. And so this is the process that I'm going to encourage you to use, and we're going to talk about how to go through this. I think one of the most important parts of this process is the very first step. If we can't get the first step of this process right, the likelihood that you're going to have success is very limited, and I'm going to go so far as to say the likelihood that you're going to have long-term success is almost none. And that is that if we can't do an assessment that's accurate, that's comprehensive, that's engaging, you're not going to be able to come up with the right services. When you have a patient that walks into your office, what's the first thing you do? Assess them. What's part of that assessment? History? Do they fill out any paperwork to start off with? Yeah, they fill out some paperwork. You put them back in an exam room and you have somebody go through history with them. After the history, what do? Start treating them, right? We do some orthopedic and neurological exams. That's good. After the examination and the history, what do? Do you sit down and do you think, all right, what's the best process here? Are you going through a differential diagnosis process, I hope, right? Are you coming up with a treatment plan? Are you educating the the patient on that treatment plan and why it's going to be good and what their responsibility is? And right, this is a process we go through, right? We go through an assessment, we go through a strategic plan, we engage them in treatment, right? We provide the treatment. Hopefully somewhere down the line we do a bit of a progress exam to see if we're going on the right direction or if we're not going on the right direction. Is this process any different than you take with your patients? I think that this process is exactly the process we go through with our patients. I think that's why we're really good at this, is because we're doing this all the time. We just have to think about it a little bit differently. Our patient is just a little bit different. Instead of our patient being that person, our patient is the company. And this is what we need to go through. So, when I first started off, Joe taught me this. Joe taught me that when I went through the diplomat program, you have to do an assessment. And so I went home and I did all this work, and I came up with this assessment process that was aided by a lot of other people. And again, I'll encourage you to discuss all of these things. You're not going to get a form from me today that tells you exactly what you should do, because I don't know exactly what services you want to provide. I don't know exact technique that you want to do. I think that the process is important for you to go back and then develop your stuff and then to bounce it off of each other, right? To bounce it off and say, hey, is this a good assessment? Is that not a good assessment? Joe and I had a conversation a week ago about doing an upper extremity exam. So we're bouncing it off of each other as to what's the best possible upper extremity exam that we can provide for an employee, right? Do that amongst yourself, right? Find out what can be done. These are some of the things that I took a look at when I first started doing this, right? So I wanted to know who the company was, right? Who are the decision makers? What's the company profile worksheet look like? And then we're going to go through and answer some questions as far as the company needs, right? We're going to do an assessment of the facility. What is that? We're going to walk through that facility. We're going to do some ergonomic check. We're going to do those types of things, right? We're going to have them fill out an industrial needs questionnaire. A lot of this stuff is part of the diplomat program, right? And so I'm going to encourage you to say that when Jim said yesterday how the diplomat program opened up so many things that he didn't know about, if you're seeing stuff here that you don't know about, we're not going to cover it in the next few hours. We're going to enlighten you to the fact that it's out there. And if this is exciting for you, you should follow through with that diplomat program or develop these things or email me and ask me questions. All of those things are certainly acceptable. Right? So we're going to take a look at an OSHA 300 log. I want everybody in here to raise their hand if they know what an OSHA 300 log is. Don't be embarrassed if you don't, because when I first heard the word, I had no idea what it was. A few of us, right? It's the report that companies have to fill out in regards to their injury, their days restricted, time loss, death. So it's the company. The government has mandated the company to keep a record of all of the workplace injuries for us. Wouldn't that be a good thing to go look at, right? That's part of the history, right? That's part of sitting down with your patient and saying, what are your previous conditions, right? Have you had problems with your neck before? Have you had problems with your back? This will tell you what their problem areas are, right? That OSHA 300 log, they have to keep it. Some companies keep it a little bit better, a little bit tighter, a little bit more detailed than others, right? And for those of you who are going to work with really smaller companies, if you're less than 10 employees, you don't have to keep the record, and that there are certain industries out there who are considered to be safe. You know, your local accounting office doesn't need to keep this, but manufacturing, anything where there's physical labor, or anything where companies have had significant injuries in the past are going to have this OSHA 300 log. It should be part of one of the history things that you do, right? Worker compensation loss run report. This is the report that comes back from the insurance company that says not only do we have injuries, but the loss run report is the report that says these are how much they cost, which is important because there are two things that we look at in assessing a company's workplace injuries. The incident rate, right? How many injuries are taking place per employee per hours worked? Right? What is the rate of injuries? The second thing we look at is the severity, right? If we had 5 injuries, that might seem that might seem better than if we had 20 injuries. But what happens if we had 20 injuries that cost $500 a piece and we had 5 injuries that cost $50,000 a piece? Which company is going to be more concerned? We have to look at both, and I will contend, and sometimes this is an education aspect that we need to bring to companies, is that severity is much more important than incident, right? The amount of dollars they're spending should be much more important to them than if injuries are happening. I think that if we have injuries that are costing them few dollars, we're probably doing a better job of that early intervention that we talked about yesterday. We got to get rid of the big injuries, especially when you start working with a company. It's getting rid of those big injuries. It's reducing that low-hanging fruit, right? It's the $80,000 low back case that just really, really hurts profits for companies. And we'll talk again more as we go through here. What are the company's desires, right? So these are the 3 main areas. The company profile, meaning how many employees, are they more male, more female? What type of work do they do? Do they have more sedentary jobs, more physical labor jobs? All of these things are part of the assessment. As a matter of fact, I think we need to do even more than what I did originally, right? This graph is there too. I think your needs assessment needs to be all of these factors that come in play, right? I think you need to take a look at 4 facets of the company. You need to do the facility assessment, which again includes the company walkthrough and ergonomic review. We need to do a work process evaluation, meaning can we improve the way with which they do their work, right? Needs assessment should be assessing the management objectives. We're going to interview managers. We're going to survey managers. We're going to talk to different levels of management to find out what their biggest concerns are, right? If we're doing if a company wants us to come in and do a healthcare talk, are we going to ask for all of this information? What are we going to do? We're going to sit down and we're going to say, I'd love to come in. I think I've got a handful of great talks. Or, which talks would you like? I'd like to develop something specifically for you. Can I come and walk through and see exactly what your company does? And then I'll develop a 30-minute, a 40-minute presentation for your employees. And then I'm going to come in and then I'll give that talk to your employees. And then after you give that talk, you're going to come back and say, I'd really like to go through, I'd like to put a proposal in front of you. Let me do an assessment of your entire company so I can tell you what other services that I can do. That's the approach that I think you should take, right? So if an initial contact comes to do a healthcare presentation or to come and take a look at a workstation or whatever it is, go do that work, right? Just like I talked about earlier, and then come back and say, let's do a full assessment. You know what? For $1,500, for $3,000, for $250, I'll do this assessment. And when you come back to do the full assessment with the idea that you're going to come up with the best plan, right? This is what we're doing right now, right? We're taking a look at the facility. We're taking a look at management objectives. We're taking a look at the documentation, and if you look on your sheet, it'll be a little bit easier for you. But we're taking a look at those work injury reports. We're taking a look at the general health care expenses, right? And we're trying to find out which one of these categories doesn't match the other category, right? So if our workplace injuries so if we get back and we say, we're having more shoulder injuries than anything else at here, and then I go out and I talk to the employees, and they say, well, my shoulder hurts more than anything. And we look at the ergonomic aspect, and we see, man, they do a lot of stuff above their shoulder. And we talk to management, and management says, we got to do something about our shoulder. What should be top on our priority list? What happens when management says, my biggest issue is that I can't keep employees at the same job? And you go out to the employees and you say, the biggest problem I have is that my supervisor doesn't know what's going on. And you look at the injury reports and they're all over the board, right? And you take a look at the ergonomic evaluation, right? And you see that in this department they have that, in this department they have this. What do you do then? A little tougher, right? You go back to the management objectives, right? And you say, what are your biggest concerns right now? Because I see a handful of different things that over time we should probably try to take care of. But from a management perspective, what do you want to address first? And then you take whatever they are, and then you go out and you look at the other 3 areas and you come up with some solutions for that. And you say, in a report that goes back to management, these are the recommendations that I have that meet your management concerns. And here's a list of things that I see that should be concerning to you and you need to address over time because of this reason. Does that make sense? And that will happen more often than the other, right? You know, it's kind of like going through chiropractic school, right? You know, when you're reading a textbook and you learn the physiology, and then you learn the orthopedic and neurological testing, and then you learn what the signs and symptoms are and all these things, and you expect to go out and practice, and for that, it doesn't come up as that list, does it? Right? It doesn't come up as that test question that we took, you know, in T7, right? It comes up a little disjointed. The same thing happens here. I'll tell you, you'll have the most success is that if you go to management and say, okay, tell me what your biggest concerns are, and we'll try to address those first. And sometimes it requires you to go back to management and say, I know that your biggest concern is low back conditions. But I think your low back conditions are completely related to the fact that we have ergonomic issues with people at different heights at different workstations, and it's causing these problems. And it might not be directly related to what they think it is, but you at least have to make that connection or bridge that gap for them in that understanding. So we need to go through and we need to make a really, really good assessment of what's happening at the facility. If we can't get this part right, it becomes very difficult to put together the right plan moving forward here for us. The next stage after the assessment is that we're going to strategically plan, right? So we're going to take all this information that we have and we're going to go through and we're going to customize our service for them. I put the word customize up there because I think that that's really important. Joe?
Yeah, Chad, before we leave the assessment, one thing to mention, I think, Chad, for all of you to realize, you want to go back, proportionate to how large the company is, but we recommend going back at least 3 years to get data from at least 3 years back. 3 years is the standard, essentially. If it's a huge company, I mean like 10,000 or more, you might only need to go back 3 quarters. But in these kinds of 500, maybe under 1,000, you definitely want to know. You want to see where they were, which direction they're going. Is there trends? Then there might have been explanation for, you know, in the second of the 3 years you're looking at, well, they built a whole new wing, and they brought in 200 more employees, and you know, there's a whole bunch of factors. But you need to trace the history more than just the past 12 months that the OSHA 300 log will give you, or the insurance run. That's just 1 year. So, you know, just realize you guys, you want to go there. And then, Chad, maybe mention some of the resistance you might encounter from these companies, kind of like, you know, we can relate to.
Sure. So Joe talks and brings up a good point. In the assessment, and specifically in our data collection stuff, we want to try to get a history of what's going on. And going back in 3 years is a very standard thing to be able to do for our OSHA 300 logs, for our insurance expenditures, and those loss rerun reports. Understand that companies of different sizes have different capabilities, right? And so getting this information isn't always as easy as saying, hey, send this over to me, it's right there. Sometimes what happens is that you're asking the human resource person who's filled out that OSHA 300 log to send you the log so that you could use that as part of the analysis, and that or that HR person realizes that they haven't done a really good job of keeping that record, and she doesn't want to let her boss know the fact that she hasn't been very good at that, right? And so you're going to run into that problems. And so again, it comes down to some social skills and saying, I know companies are all over the board with this. Will you send me over your records, and then we can have a conversation and fill in the gaps somewhere? That's an easy way to bridge that, right? It's non-threatening. You know, you don't have to put them in a position where they're going to have to be accountable for not doing something right? Because you might be working for a company of 125, and the HR person is also the benefits person, is also the hiring person, is also the firing person, and oh, by the way, that person is also the line lead, right, out on the production floor, right? And she's never really been to this. She just knows she's got to fill out this OSHA report, and she read it online, and she did it the best she could, but she didn't even really realize what she was doing, or he. And so that might be the case in these companies. And so then you approach it in a non-threatening way and say, hey, let's take a look at those, and maybe I can help you work this out just a little bit too, right? Again, be cautious of that. Again, as far as the loss run reports in the insurance industry, again, really a lot more difficult to get, because now we're asking the company to ask somebody else to do some work that they're not going to get paid for, right? We're going to ask for a report that is outside of their, the insurance company doesn't normally do this, but they should, right? I mean, they have all the information, but it's getting somebody else to do some work for you to do those things. And so sometimes we talked about contract stuff, right? And so part of some contracts, right, when we sign up an assessment contract, we sign a contract to do an assessment for a company, and what we say in that contract is that you must provide this data for us. Right? That's part of your responsibility. So now they're contractually obligated to do so for us to be able to give them what they want. And so that's a way to be able to handle it too. But again, there are certainly hurdles. It's less of a trouble in self-funded as opposed to fully funded. Does everybody understand that terminology? We talked a little bit about that. Maybe we need to spend a little time. I just will. So a fully funded insurance company, or so a fully funded employer means they own their own insurance, right? There's just a third-party administrator that handles the claims, but it's all their money. If an employer is fully insured, then as a fully insured company, they go out and they buy a policy just like I would as an individual. And they pay a premium, right? It's not their money, it's the insurance company's money they're spending, right? And so there's a big difference there. The companies that are fully funded, meaning it's their money, they're not buying a policy from an insurance company, but it's their money, those companies have a lot more say in what data they can get you and how they can break that down. We also have a lot more flexibility in contract stuff that we'll talk a little bit about, but working with fully funded companies is better than those companies that go out and are buying an insurance policy. And there's a big mix right now, because this is a part of the insurance industry that's changing a lot right now. Many companies are going to some sort of hybrid where it's their money, but they buy a, kind of like we do sometimes with our own policy. We'll have a $10,000 deductible, and we're going to pay the $10,000. Companies are funding themselves up to a certain amount. They might fund themselves up to $1 million, and then they buy a policy for all health insurance over $1 million or something along that line. So there's hybrids of that too. But understanding and knowing whose money they're spending is important too, because if a company is fully funded, then it's their money no matter if it's work comp or health care or whatever it is. I mean, if we can save health care dollars, it doesn't matter if it's on the work comp side or non-work comp side, we're gonna see some good things take place for us there. So that's important to keep in mind as well. I believe that that one of the really important things that you can do in your program is to customize it for the individual. Getting back to my example of a patient walking into your office, if you don't specifically have a treatment plan that's designed for that patient, what is the likelihood that you're going to have success with that patient? If you provide the exact same care to everybody that walks into your office, guess what's going to happen? You're going to do really good at treating some of them, and some of them you're not going to do very good at. The same thing happens with these programs, right? It gets back to me going into Redmond Company and telling them exactly the program that they should do, and without ever even asking them what they wanted or what their companies were or any of those things, right? I was going to tell them exactly what I should do to them before I ever even asked them a question. I believe we have to customize our programs. We've got to be able to adapt to hours and time schedules and employee ratios and healthcare status and production levels and all of these types of things that should be customized exactly to their program. So when we're doing our strategic planning after our assessment, we've gathered all the data, and we're going to go through and we're going to customize a program for them. We need to have some short-term goals, right? I believe it's important to have short-term goals and long-term goals and to put these things out. These are business terms for us, right? There are terms too, right? We talk about patients. Okay, this is our expectation in the first 2 or 3 visits. This is our end goal for us, right? Same thing with companies, right? Short-term goals, I believe the majority of time what you're going to have is that you want to employ, you want to educate the employer as to where their health status is, as to how to improve their employees. Those are things that we can do in a very short term, right? They can be seminars, they can be one-on-one, they can be all of these things. So oftentimes in our strategic planning, short-term goals are employee education, employee engagement, right? A short-term goal, and this is probably one of the most important things to companies, right? They don't want to bring you in to see 5% of their employees, right? That shouldn't be their goal. If that's their goal, go down the road, because it's not going to work out. You're not going to have an impact if you see 5% of their employees, right? Employee engagement, you should be able to see big, big things. And then certainly a short-term goal should be to eliminate the risk, right? Do we remember the platform that we're walking up that we're going to take that big I-beam and roll it over on? That's reducing risk, right? We can tell them right now that we got to stabilize, we got to bolt that, we got to bolt that thing down, right? Matter of fact, we're going to bolt it down today by the time I leave here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to figure out a mechanical way to get that I-beam on that conveyor belt instead of using that tool that everybody was using, right? That's reducing risk, right? We're going to try to eliminate the things that are really, really big red flags. Those are short-term goals. Take care of red flags, engage employees, and use education as a tool to motivate employees. Those are all really good short-term goals. There might be more, right? But certainly I think that this is a good start for us. Long-term goals. What's an example of long-term goals? Excuse me. Employee investment, significant corporate cost savings, direct and indirect savings. So I think it's unrealistic for you to walk into a company and say in the next 6 months, guess what, we're going to save you all kinds of money. You want to do that, right? It's a mistake that is easy to make because you know that that's what they want to hear, right? That's what you're there for, right, is a return on investment, right? I just don't know that it's realistic to have long-term success if your short-term goal is to save the big money. Right? You're going to take shortcuts, you're going to do things you shouldn't, you know, right? If a company comes in and says, we just really want to reduce our work comp and we'd like you to come on site, and what we'd like you to do is make sure that we don't have any work comp cases, no matter what the employees say. You just take care of them, sweep them under the rug. We don't know about it, you don't know about it. Let's just, you know, that's a bad situation to get into, right? And you'll be asked to do that. I think you step back and you say, no, right? Let's have a long-term goal. Your goal should be to have a long-term relationship with every one of these companies, right? Your goal shouldn't be to provide care for the next 6 months or the next year. Your goal should be able to provide for the next decade, right? Or whatever, however long you choose to do this, the next 40 years, right? So long-term goals need to be employee investment. What do I mean by that? What is employee investment as employee education? Employees investing in whatever we're doing, right? I mean, it's them not only coming in for their visit, but it's them doing their exercises when they leave. It's not only them following the recommendations of our seminar, it's them making recommendations for the next seminar, They're invested in what we're doing, right? A long-term goal that we should have with all of our programs is to engage the employees in the success of the program, right? We have to move employees from a reactionary standpoint, meaning somebody's going to do this for me when things go wrong, to a point where we need to have them say, I've got some answers, I've got some solutions, can we do this? That's employee investment. They're investing in this health program. They're investing in this wellness program. They're investing in this ergonomic program, right? We want to improve that investment process for the employees. We want to engage them further, right? It's taking that engagement, not only their participation, but their recommendations, right? Their involvement in our overall goals. We're getting everybody moving towards the same direction. And then obviously, long-term goals, companies got to save money at some point, right? And so giving them a reasonable timeline and a reasonable expectation of where you're going to go. You can look at them and say, if we make all of these improvements, I think that we're going to see things shorter. If we're only going to take half of these improvements, because that's all we can do right now, it's going to take a little bit longer for us to make our results, right? It's taking it off of you as a provider to be a miracle worker, right? You put it on the company. You say, if you do all of these things, things are going to happen quickly, right? If you only do some of these recommendations, then let's take a little bit longer, and then let's reevaluate and make sure we're doing the best thing we can as we go along, right? So that is, again, an expectation that you want to set. And it's something that they get all the time, right? I mean, top-level senior management, business owners, business decision makers, they understand this, right? They understand that I can't, that sometimes I need to wait for that to happen. And as long as they're confident, as long as you have some credibility, as long as you can develop the relationships, they're going to invest in your ideas for sure. Do we know, and I put down here indirect and direct savings. Are we all familiar with that? Direct savings costs are things like reducing your work comp medical expenses, reducing your general health medical expenses. So it's direct things that we can measure, right? We have a reduction in overall healthcare cost. We have a reduction in our work comp system, right? We have a direct cost savings because we have reduced workplace injuries. What are indirect costs? How about the training that I have to provide to the new employee after I hire them, right? If I lose this employee, right, to a workplace injury, and they're out for 2 weeks, how much extra cost do I have in trying to fill that gap? What are those indirect costs? Which ones are easier to measure? Direct, right? Because they're there, right? I mean, the insurance company provides them. The government requires us to measure them, those types of things. Indirect costs can be very difficult, and for a long time they've been really, really hard. The exciting thing is that there are people out there smarter than me and that are putting together calculators for us to put equations into, right? People like Brad Bennett, people like David Chestworth, to be able to have us put numbers into them, and then they can tell us, you know what, for every 180 days that you have an employee out, it costs you this much. If your worker turnover rate is 17%, that costs you this much, right? There are calculators out there online for free that you can utilize. We'll talk about those, right? Those are some long-term goals. Other things in strategic planning is that we certainly need to take a look at, when we're making recommendations, what are the internal resources, right? What can they do? What is management's commitment? And what current knowledge and expertise do they have? So if we're making a recommendation on improving the health and well-being, and they already have a wellness program, but it's just not being utilized very well, let's not develop our own. Let's just engage people in what they already have doing, right? They already have some internal resources that's going on. So when we're thinking about putting a plan together, let's look at what they already have and what they're already committed to doing. The other thing is that let's take a look at as vendors, what do we need to do, right? Individual company needs. We need to be able to address those individual company needs and show them in our strategic plan how our services meet their needs. Very, very important. And again, not only the company's needs, but how do our services meet the specific needs of the employee? Are those the same thing? What are the needs of the company? Number one overall goal of the company is to do what? Stay in business, right? The number one overall goal of just about every employee is to do what? Stay at work. How do they stay at work? Keep their job, get a paycheck, don't get hurt, right? All of those things, right? Those aren't the same things. One leads to another. I'm going to show that for us. But yeah, make sure that your services, and you can explain when you're giving your proposal how it meets the needs of the company and how it meets the needs of the employee. Really important to be able to make that connection, because if we're going to have some long-term success, it needs to be a good situation for you, right? You got to be compensated for what you're going to go do, because if you're just giving away services forever, it gets really old, right? Right. And if the company doesn't make a profit, they're not going to have your services. And if we can't get results with the employees, the company, it's got to be a win situation all the way around, right? So when we're strategically planning, that's important. All right, I think that that we'll get started here again and try to keep on pace as well as we can. We've got a lot of really good information to get to, and hopefully some more question and answers and case studies. I don't want to miss out on the case studies, because I think that's where our thought process really has a chance to develop and engage the idea of how this transfers back into companies that you put out there. One of the things that I want to go back that I didn't mention, and I should have, or talked just briefly about on this on this scale or on this model, is not only that we're going to go through the assessment, the strategic planning, as we've talked a little bit about. We'll get through program approval, implementation, and evaluation. I want to tell you that if you want long-term success, one of the most valuable portions of this model is the part that we see off to the right, the program adjustments. If you have the opportunity to start a program on site at a company and you're not continually evaluating your program and making adjustments to it, I guarantee you that you will not succeed over the long term. So, for those of you who currently have on-site programs, right, and it's going along and you're doing pretty good, it might be okay, you'd like to make some improvements, this is the same process that we should go through. And there has been times where I've done this very well at companies, and there's been times where I haven't done this well at companies, and it always comes out in that next year's return on investment for us, right? And so one of the things that I wanted to point out is that if you currently have contracts, or when you do have contracts with companies, I want to really engage you in the process of that program adjustments and evaluating what you're doing and how can you do things just a little bit better. Because the companies that you work with are going to be open to suggestions, and there's always going to be a time for you to sit down with them and say, we've got this thing going very well, but to be honest, I think we can do this better. And that is a time where you can really, really gain some trust. You can develop that relationship and really having that opportunity to say, here's what I think we can do better, right? With the idea that you're always on process improvements, and that's how companies work. I don't care if they're a telecommunication company, if they're a manufacturing company, if they're a transportation company, if you're a long-term care facility. Your goal as a company is always to do things a little bit better, and your on-site program should have that same goal, right? The situations where I've been fortunate enough to have long-term contracts, it isn't because we were doing the same thing at the end of those contracts or in the middle of those contracts as we did at the beginning. It was always because we took a look at things and we had an open discussion about what was working and what isn't. And so going through that assessment phase on an annual basis almost, right? Some of the information you'll know already. You might not need to get the OSHA 300 logs, right? You know what injuries have taken place if you've been there for 4 years, right? Or you know exactly, you kind of have an idea where this is. But maybe you need to go through and maybe you need to do an employee survey again, or maybe you need to talk to management and find out what their biggest concerns are. One of the best things that you can do for your program when they're up and running is go out to the employees, to the line leads, to middle management, to upper management, to the owner of the company and say, what are we doing good and what would you like me to improve on? And if you do that, that's going to lead to a lot of success. When I have not done that, it's been trouble, right? That always gets me in trouble, right? And sometimes what happens is that you're in a situation where you know things aren't going as well as you'd like. Man, that's a tough time to ask them, right? It's always easy to walk up when things are going really good and saying, hey, how am I doing? Right? It's not so easy to walk up and say, hey, I know things aren't really good right now, but I'm in it for the long haul. How can we make things better? That's a really, really important thing that I should have spent a little bit more time on there, so that's what you get with that. How about we take a case study and tell me what you think. So we've talked a little bit about analysis and strategic planning, so let's take a case study. We have a company right here of 1,500 employees. 90% of them are desk jobs. We've done an industrial needs questionnaire. I'm not sure Joe talked about that, did he? It's in the Diplomat program. It's a questionnaire that we ask companies to fill out about what they want to do, what services they've had in the past. We can send you an example of that if you email me, and or I'll put a rubber stamp on the Diplomat program, as this is where you're going to learn how to do that. In the short term, if you've got questions, be in touch. But the industrial needs questionnaire revealed a need for ergonomic workstation improvements. Our workstations weren't so great. The HR manager has been struggling to convince upper management to spend some money. Their mod factor is 1.1. Is there anybody in here that can explain their experience modification factor? Mod factor, experience rating, all the same terms, right? Every industry has a mod factor, right? And it is the ratio of your work comp injuries compared to other people in your same industry, right? So we take all our patient care facilities and they get the same, they get to be rated on the same playing field from a work comp standpoint as other places. Obviously, if we have got 90% desk jobs, they're rated with companies in that same thing. If you have a modification factor of 1.0, you are at the average of everybody else in your same industry. Their modification factor is 1.1. Modification factor of, say, 1.46 doesn't sound really bad, but that means that you're spending almost twice as much as the average person, okay? So, their modification factor is 1.1. Their lost run report, the amount of expenses they've had in work comp cases, is $201,000, right? So, 1,500 employees, $200,000 in work comp. Is that good or bad? How does it compare to everybody else? Do we know that answer? 1.1. It's pretty close, right? Right? So, not a glaring thing. All companies would love to be below average, right? They'd love to, if we could reduce that work comp, that's always a good thing. The last thing that came up is that they had an employee turnover rate of 21%. So we're going to put together a strategic plan, and I know this is limited information, but for our case right here, what numbers stick out the most for us? Turnover rate, right? So what happens is that we get this data, and my suggestion to you is to collect as much of the data you can before you go do the surveys, before you go do the management interviews, before you go look at the ergonomics, so you can get the history, right? Just like we do in our clinic. We don't walk into a treatment room without knowing why that patient's there, what their name is, all of those types of things, right? It initiates the discussion. Same thing in your assessment. Go through, find out as much information as you can. Sometimes you'll get all of it, sometimes you won't, but find out as much as you can, because in our assessment phase, we should be trying to find out why we've got 21%. Do you know what 21% means? That means 1 out of 5 workers isn't going to be there a year from now. And they're going to have to hire somebody for that process. That isn't layoffs and I'm not going to replace somebody. That's, somebody's gone, I got to replace that person. Right? So when you go into your assessment phase, one of the things that you should be finding out is, why is that? Ask the employees, ask management, right? Find out from management what it costs them to retrain somebody, right? I've worked with companies where they have to have an employee in 4 weeks of training before they will let them do the job. You got to pay somebody 4 weeks to do their job before you're going to let them do their job, and you got to pay somebody to teach them how to do their job. There's a lot of expense in that, right? Those are indirect expenses. Okay? This company wasn't concerned about the work comp dollars they were spending. They were concerned about their training dollars, right? And they wanted to know why they were having so much turnover rate. In this situation, part of the reason is that they were having a fatigue factor on the employees, and their employees just weren't willing to continue with this, right? And there was another company just down the road, right, who had a better setup and a better program, paying the same wages, same skill level, right, that they were all going to. And that's what was happening here. But if we can't take a look at what's going on, how can we put together a plan, right? So when I go in to sell on-site chiropractic care to this company, and am I going to sit down and for 40 minutes of the meeting tell them how I'm going to reduce their work comp conditions? Or am I going to sit down and is the number one bullet on my thing going to be, how are we going to retain your good employees? How are we going to attract the best employees so that they stay here as long as you want them? That's the selling point, right? That's part of the assessment and then the strategic planning so that I can put together a report that's going to do what? That's going to get to the point of meeting those management objectives that we put in place. This is the type of stuff that we need to do, right? Not difficult, right? I mean, it's pretty easy. It's pretty, right? We have to ask the right questions, right? We have to have the right process, because if I didn't go through and do the assessment, if I hadn't done my data collection before I went to do the interviews, I might have missed all of that, right? And as a matter of fact, there's been situations where you have to go back and you got to say, I got to come back and I got to do that all over again because I missed something. Again, it doesn't, it's not the best situation for you. Yeah?
Is there a comparison rate for turnover rate between companies that a company that's
So-
satisfied with 5%?
Sure, that's one of the questions you should ask, right? I mean, when I saw this number, right, on the documentation, it's part of our industrial needs questionnaire. What is your turnover rate, right? When I went to management and I sat down with them and I said, how comfortable are you with this? Because this looks concerning to me. They said, well, that's our number one concern. That's why you're here, right? You got to ask the question, though, right? Just like we do with our patients, okay? Some companies might look at this and say, well, it was 56% last year, so we think we've got some salt, so you can't go into a company like this right here and say, I've got the best solution for you. They say, well, we just reduced it by half last year, and we think we got the right idea there, right? You have to engage them in some discussion. That's why I think that you have to customize your programs to meet into each company. You got to ask the question. You got to do an assessment if you're going to have good outcomes, because they might have things halfway in place that they're really comfortable with, right? So we're going to get to that proposal phase, right, where we sit down with them and we say, okay, here's my best plan, right? We're going to take that information that we just talked about in that situation. What are the key factors for us? Know what will motivate the decision makers. The only way you can know what will motivate the decision makers is to know who the decision makers are. Most of the time, your first contact with the company is not going to be the decision maker. It's not going to be the HR person that's gotten you all the information. It's not going to be that person at all. The best way to find out the decision maker is ask who's going to make the decision, right? That's a very legitimate business question. Don't need to be embarrassed about it because every company's a little bit different. It's not a problem to say, you know what, part of my assessment process is this, is that I want to know who's going to make the decisions and what influences those decisions. That's not a question we should shy away from. It should be one of the top ones on our list, right? Because if it's the financial guy, right, we need to know that we need to talk finances, right? If it's the owner of the company and he's more concerned about this standing of his company in that community, we better be able to speak to that when we put a proposal together, right? If it's the fact that the decision maker just had his sister-in-law, right, have an amputation of a finger out on the floor, we better know that. Those things matter for us, right? We have to find out who the decision makers are, and we have to go through that. Sometimes, and in a lot of companies, it's easy, because you want to know what? It's the local cabinet manufacturing company that's been family-owned for 4 or 5 generations and been around forever, and they're in the corner office, and they're calling you up on the phone directly. Right? Then it's easy. Then you know who the decision makers are. The bigger the company, right, the more the political infighting that takes place, stuff that Jim talked about, the more that plays a bigger role. So don't be afraid to ask that question for us. What's that? Oh, yeah. So the book that I've promoted a lot is called Veto, Getting to Veto, V-E-T-O. It's a book out. Thank you. And it's a great book to go out and read about deciding who the decision makers are and the political games that are taking place in that process. And again, I can send you the author. I don't have it off the top of my head anymore. I should maybe reread it. But yeah, it's a great book for us to understand who those decision makers are and the political process that takes place in that situation. Part of our proposal phase is that not only are you have to propose services that you think can be successful, you've got to give them how the logistics are going to work, because they're unfamiliar with how an on-site program works. So what are the best hours, right? what things are you going to ask of the company? You need space, you need the availability of the employees to come in, you need the employees to fill out surveys. Give them the logistics in your proposal and explain to them how the logistics of what you do are going to get to the result. Because we can go on site and we can provide the best health care possible, right? We can have the exact right technique for the exact right condition that's going to get the exact right answer and outcomes. But if we don't have the right logistics for that person to come in to see you, we're in trouble, right? So make sure that in your proposal phase, not only are you proposing services and setting that tone with the decision makers, but we're providing the logistics of this. And we'll go through when we talk a little bit more specifically in an hour here on those logistics and how do you decide how many hours and which days you should be there and what should you charge and what are the value of employees coming just over lunch or during their workplace or all of these other logistics. You know, why are you asking me to pay you in 10 days instead of 90 days? And all of these types of logistical things that should be addressed in our proposal phase. And then we need to understand what drives the employee engagement. So when we're putting together our proposal, it's really easy to, you're talking to management, right? You're talking to that decision maker. And so what it's been easy for me to do in the past is to develop all of that so that I can satisfy what the decision maker wants to hear. And then I've had to come back later somewhere and go, oh man, we need to add this in because we need to drive our employee engagement. So when you're putting your proposal together, talk to the manager, talk to the decision maker, talk to the owner of the company about what's going to drive your engagement, right? What are we going to do to motivate those employees? Because that'll be something that you'll want to talk about all the way through. And it's a mistake that I've made in the past is not worrying about that. I've been too worried about, is this person going to be signing a contract or signing a check to me for my services? And then later I've had to go through and say, oh boy, now we got to get the employees involved in this process or we're not going to get the outcomes that we want, right? So be thinking about these things when we're putting together a proposal and what is fair. Again, we're always trying to create a win situation for the employees, for the company, and for us.
You typically get to talk to the decision makers, or do you have to go through an intermediary?
Depends upon the size of the company, right? You know, so the smaller the company, the more you're going to be in front of the higher level. At the time you're selling a program, it's my recommendation that you have the decision maker there. If the decision maker isn't willing to be in the room when you're putting a proposal of this level on the table, you're walking into a situation that you're not going to be successful, right? They're not committed to it. They're not interested in it. I mean, they're making the decision and we'll get to this in a little bit too, but I'll talk about it now because we might not get there. Human resource personnel, who are oftentimes the connection and who handle a lot of the assessment phase and those types of things, they're in human resources because they are what type of people? They're people. They care about people, they connect with people, they can communicate with people, right? They're not the accountant, they're not in the accounting reason, you know, they're not back there, right? For a reason. It's because they deal well with people. They're not in the sales department, right? They're not on the phone making sales for the company because they're not very good at sales. They're good at people, right? So don't let people make your sales presentation. See what we're saying, right? Nobody will be better able to answer questions or address the concerns of the decision maker other than you. Be in the room with the decision maker, okay? And if the company isn't willing to do that, it's going to be a tough process for sure. Implementation phase. So now they said, yes, we've signed a contract. It's a glorious day, right? A funny story about this is that when Dan Neibauer and I signed this contract with this first company, and it was a really significant contract, and it was pretty exciting, right? And we had this big meeting. We put our proposal out there, and they said yes. And I mean, it was fabulous. I mean, we literally were in the parking lot of the place, which I wouldn't suggest, by the way. We were doing high fives in the parking lot of the place, right? Probably wasn't the appropriate thing to do, right?
It's like flying your jet to Washington.
Right, you know, exactly. So you just don't do that. But man, we were excited. And then what happens, right? Then I had to come back the next day and I had to step in there and start providing what I told them that I could do. And that can be a scary thing too, right? Because then all of a sudden you go, man, can I really fulfill the things that I said? Will these things take place? Will my ergonomic recommendations be good enough? Can I engage the employees in this program? Man, what happens if something comes in that I don't understand? What happens if I screw up a case? When I'm in my clinic setting, if things don't go well with a patient, they just don't come back. I got to walk into the same company 3 times a week, right? I got to see that person that just doesn't think that I did a very good job. What happens if that this is my implementation phase slide, right? Patient health improvement is priority number 1. When you've signed the contract, you're providing services, right? You've done your baseline collections that we'll talk about in a little bit. All of those things are done. The logistics are set. Take a deep breath and get back to what you went to school for. Put the patient first. What is it that I can do that is going to best improve the health and well-being of this patient? Is it my care? Is it a referral that I need to make? Is it a recommendation? Is it a challenge that I need to give to that employee? Right? What is it that I can do to improve the health and well-being of that patient? And forget the rest. Chris.
When you're proposing this to a business, what kind of timeline are you hoping to make improvements? I mean, obviously you're going to have more severe business places or whatever, but when can they expect to see, okay, it might get worse before it gets better? I mean, that typically can happen when you're...
Right. So the idea is that when can we see results take place? When can we get some return on this investment? And again, I will say that it'll depend upon the size of the company, the health status of the employee, some of these things that we should have assessed in a previous step, right? I mean, if things are really bad, and we'll go through some case studies like this, you got to tell the company, our goal should be to evaluate in 6 months, and then let me give you an answer, because I don't know right now. All I know is that things are really, really bad. Or there's some situations where you say, you know what, I think at the 6-month period, we should be meeting these goals. And if we're not, then we need to reevaluate and reassess what we're doing and find a better way. I'll say it again. In 6 months, what we're going to do is that we're going to reassess, and I think we're going to see some improvement. And if we're not, we'll reevaluate, we'll have a new plan, we'll go in a better direction. When a patient walks into your office, do you guarantee them success? I would not guarantee any of these companies success, right? What you guarantee them is to do everything you can to reach the same goals that they have, the same goals that the employees have. That's your job. Your job isn't to guarantee results. And there are some people out there that guarantee the success of their program. And if you want to do that, that's okay. I'm not here to tell you that that's a wrong way. I think a better way is to say, I'm here to do everything we can along the way, and we're going to put a plan in place that we've done a really good assessment on, and my expertise tells me this is the direction to go, but I understand that even that might have some limitations, so we're going to evaluate along the way to see if we're on the right path. Companies love to hear that. They are so sick and tired of somebody putting some fancy-dancy marketing brochure that's all flashy and maybe even on a zip drive, and they got a slick presentation and they're going to cure the world, and they want to hear somebody that's going to say, I'm going to be here when things don't go so well, and we're going to find a better way at that point too. That's what they want to hear, right? This is a partnership, right? This is us making sure that we all win at the end of the day, right? I wouldn't give them a timeline. I would say that we can set some expectations, and if we don't meet those expectations, we're going to find a better way. And sometimes at 6 months they're going to say, we should be farther along. You know what? You're doing your best, right? I would say in 1 year's time, you're going to see some return on investment that are significant. I would say that in that time, you should be able to point to some factors that you've been succeeding. And again, it gets back to short-term and long-term goals, right? Did you notice my short-term goals weren't numbers, right? They were employee engagement. They were getting the program out. They were doing those types of things. That's what you guarantee. That's what you push in the early term.
ROI is a value on investment.
Yep. Thank you very much. So in addition to ROI, right, return on investment, VOI is value on investment, right? So sometimes we can't put a number on things, right? We can't put. It's really tough to measure, how prideful I am to work at the local mill. Does that make the mill any money? I think it does. It's just really tough to track. But what it does is it attracts good employees from that community, and it gives that company a better standing in the community. And so there's value in that. And sometimes, you know what? If I've owned this company for a really long time, and what I've seen is I've seen the reputation of my company go down in my town of 2,000, right? That hurts me when I go home, right? Right? What I would like to see is more VOI. I want to see more value in what these employees feel, right? I want them to know that I really, truly care about them as individuals. That's value in return. So when we're implementing our phase, go do your work, right? When you're out there and you're looking at an ergonomic workstation, don't say, oh man, this is going to cost the company that, and it's going to be costing this, and I shouldn't really say that because that's going to be too expensive. What's going to be best for the employee? And it's going to cost this amount of dollars. If the company can't do that, then this is the next best thing for the employee. And if the company can't do that, this is the next best thing for the employee. That's how we should address it. It's not up to us to decide how much money the company is going to make or how much the company is going to spend on any service that we do. That's up to the company to decide whether they value us at that level. It's up to us to give them the options that are going to best impact the health and well-being of their employees, right? If you think you need to be on site 5 days a week at this company, that's what you say. And if the company comes back and says, you know what, we're only going to pay you to be here 3, then you walk in 3 days a week and you do this to the best of your ability, right? To the best of the ability when we're in that implementation phase. And I guarantee you, if this is your goal in the implementation phase, right, if this is what we're doing when we're providing our services, so many of those other things work out, right? I've been really bad at data collection over time. I've expressed that, right? You know what? I've gotten good numbers. Right? We've seen success at programs because this has been my goal just about always, right? And when I haven't done this, it's gone bad for me, and it's gone bad for the company, and it's been bad for the employees. The evaluation phase, and we're going to come back to some of these things in a little bit, but keys to the evaluation are getting our outcomes, right? This is what gets you the long-term contracts. This is what we hope you guys go out and do so that we can be part of the data collection process and tell your story to the world. You know, nothing would make me happier than to see one of you speaking at the National Safety Council conference, right, where there's 60,000 people sharing a story about how chiropractic is making an impact, right? That would be a really, really cool thing for us, for our profession, for you as an individual, right? For the grandfather of occupational health, Joe Sweary would love that, right? I mean, let's go out and make success, and let's find some outcomes that we can share with the world, right? So what do we do with that, right? We have, we've done the proper assessment. We've set good baseline measurements. So we don't have the time this weekend to get into all of the tracking things, and we're going to touch on some of these things at our next session as far as what's really important for data collection and outcomes and what we can do and what we can't do legally and where the lines are drawn in that realm. But we have to have good baseline measurements. And this is, again, something that we oftentimes don't think about at the beginning of programs, right? We want a health status questionnaire of the employees so that we can 6 months from now say the employees are a little bit better. Or maybe they're not and we need to do a little bit things different, right? We need to have program satisfaction. We need to have some of these baseline measurements. Sometimes your baseline measurement is what is the company spending in their general medical? Or what is their work comp expense? Or what is their turnover rate? All of these things are baseline measurements for us. Okay? And how are we going to follow that over time? And how can we say that when I started this program in 1996 and it's 2004, we're still seeing improvement? Right? We have to see these baseline measurements in place. And I will tell you that on a regular interval, on an annual basis, you need to be at a very minimum annual basis, be evaluating your outcomes, right? Measuring them back to the previous year, setting a new baseline, right? In year 1, this was our thing, right? And now year 2, we're going to set another baseline and we're going to go forward. Here's a mistake that I've made. I've already talked about not setting the original baseline. The next mistake that you can make is set those baselines and just use that as an example as we move forward. Work comp was $500,000 a year, and that was, and we saved $300,000 the second year and $100,000 the next year, and we saved $50,000 off that the year and after that. All of a sudden now you're down to saving 25, and they're saying, well, Why am I paying you $90,000 and I'm only saving $25,000 in work comp? Well, what we should have done is at that previous year said, we're driving work comp down as far as we can get it. So let's find some new measures as to our success. Right? Maybe it's general health care. Maybe it's the fact that their mod factor has gone from a 1.1 down to a 7.5. Right? You got to maybe set new baselines each year as well, so that as the goals of the company changes, and we'll see this in some case studies, as the goal of the company changes, you have new reference points to be able to point out where you're bringing that return on investment, where that value is being seen in for us. So really important to follow these baseline measurements and to be able to do it in a manageable system. I will tell you that ideally what you'd like to have in a perfect world is you'd like to have an electronic health records, that you could have this big, huge database, just like Optum Health does, who's a subsidiary of United Health Group. What they have is they've got these big databases, and they can go through and they can pull and push and take care of numbers all over the place. I don't know that you're willing to go out and make that financial commitment to get all of that in place. Do what you can. Resource out what you need to, right? Resource out those things that you can't do. If you can't handle electronic health records, if you can't manage the survey collections and the data and those types of things, find somebody that can, right? Those are really important. Jim talked about playing to your strengths yesterday, and couldn't agree more, right? I mean, that's a portion, a big part of why I'm with the Sweary Center right now, is because I think that the Sweary Center and Northwestern Health Science University provides resources that I'm just not really very good at, and provide me an environment to do what I think I can do okay, and then everybody's better off over the long haul because of that. So find those additional resources. Work with people on these things if they're not comfortable for you. Obviously, logistical organization. If you're in your own practice and you're going to do employee surveys and all these things, think about ahead of time who's going to collect them and who's going to do them and how is this all going to work as we get in there, because that's a big part of setting the outcomes. Understanding of data collection, right? So maybe we need to take another course on outcomes, on data collection, on what's really valid to say and what isn't, right? Maybe we need to go through and do that aspect. So let's shift gears just a little bit and say we've gone through all these phases, right? We've gone through the assessment and the strategic planning. We've implemented things. We've had our tracking done, and we've got some outcomes. And what do our outcomes get to? What are other outcomes that are taking place out across the country, right? So these are statistics that companies look at, right? These are the things that are being published by all the big players in on-site care, in wellness programs, in all of these things, right? So what do people say? Well, a group of Harvard economists said in 2010 that wellness programs, for every dollar that companies spend, they're going to save $3.27 on healthcare costs. That's pretty good, right? Return on investment of over 3 to 1. For every dollar that the company spends on a wellness program, when Harvard took a look at the case studies that were out there, this is the average that they found. 3.27 to 1. And then absenteeism-related costs were on top of that, right? So they were saving really good money for every dollar invested in a wellness program. That's pretty good, right? We're pretty happy about that. If we could guarantee, if we could convince companies that every dollar they give us, we're going to make them a little over $3 back, they're going to give us a lot of dollars, right? That's the goal. Well, what did the RAND Corporation say in 2013? 5-year cost neutral minimum healthcare savings. What the RAND company said, and this is, again, one of the biggest data collection groups for us, right? What they said is that in the first 5 years, what companies spend is about what they get back. There really isn't anything good or bad about it, right? And as a matter of fact, there's minimal healthcare savings at all for any on-site wellness program that's out there. So of all of the studies that they looked at, they said what? There isn't any savings. There isn't any savings at all. we'll talk a little bit about that. Both of these companies just took a look at programs that were out there, right? They took a sample size of what was taking place. So if that's what's going to happen, then we're going to have a tough time convincing companies to do what we're doing, right? Larry Chapman, who has his master's in public health and is very big on again, evaluating return on investment. You want to know what he said? He said that in companies that he evaluated, he said that there was a $6 return for every dollar invested in years 3 through 5 of a program. So, as Chris mentioned, in the initial phase, things might not be as good, but boy, in years 3 through 5, we're saving $6 for every dollar invested. Again, very, very important, very, very good for us to use. And again, when you're choosing which study to use in your presentation and proposal to company, be very selective, right? The Simpson Consulting Group said that in 2012 that of the programs that they looked at, 40% of the programs were completely ineffective. Didn't save anything. As a matter of fact, probably lost money. 40% of the programs, 40% of the wellness programs that are out there didn't do anything and lost money. Is this the article you want to run in the local newspaper? Nope, probably not, right? And D. Eddington, out of the University of Michigan, said that if you want to have a successful wellness program, you should budget at least $300 to $400 per employee per year, right? So the $50 biometrics measurement isn't probably a big return on investment. You've got to invest in your wellness program if you want to see some return come back. Why do we see numbers all over the board here? They're not collecting the same data. There's so many variables. Right? Exactly right, right? We're taking a look at all programs that are out there. Did we talk earlier about wellness and the definition of wellness and what some companies call their wellness programs and what other companies call their wellness program? Right? If my wellness program is that I've initiated a telephonic wellness program, right? And all of the research out there says that about 3% of employees engage in that type of wellness. So only 3% of our employees are doing that. If that's our wellness program, are we surprised that we're not seeing a return on investment? Of course not, right? So all of these studies take a look at different studies and different groups and different wellness programs with different ideas. I think that if we follow the process that we just talked about, right, going through a really good assessment, strategically planning, implementing, right, following up with evaluations, monitoring our program for program improvement over time, if we're doing those things, we're going to be on the right side of all of these numbers. And I will tell you that these types of statistics validate what we do or, make good for news press and all of those types of things. We can use some of this stuff to help us out and we can talk about why some of the bad stuff doesn't pertain to us. And what really matters to you in your program, in your community, is what are the results yet that I have, right? And I think that if you do the process right, you're going to see really, really good results, right? I think the problem in wellness today is that we have a too broad a definition, we don't have a standardized process, and there's too many canned programs that aren't customized to the right companies, right?
But don't you point how ineffective that is in your proposal to use those negatives to say,
sure,
this is what I'm not.
I use both of the, we use all of these numbers, right? We use the good and the bad, right? So we want to show them why we think the programs succeeded, that were successful, and we use the studies that say these weren't successful, and we try to say why they weren't successful, right? Or better yet, we try to inform the employer how it is that our programs match up with those that have succeeded and how we differ from those that have not been as successful, right? But you're going to see this type of stuff come through the news all the time, right? It's like we deal with in healthcare. I mean, every single day in your practice, you got somebody that just came in that read something on the internet that something wasn't good for them, or that was good for them, and that wasn't good for them 2 years ago, and right? Talk about what your program's going to do, be measured on your results, but use these things, right? And help the company understand that you're not just, this didn't work down there and you're bringing in the same exact program. You're going to make some effort to really engage them in what's going to be best for them as a company. So how do we maximize return on investments for the facilities that we are at, right? What is it that we need to do? We've talked a lot about having a comprehensive needs assessment. Really, really important. What we're going to do is that we're going to customize the program. And I'll tell you what, sometimes the program is exactly the same as it was just 4 miles down the road. Right? Maybe it is exactly the same. But you've come to that conclusion because you've done a good assessment. It's still a customized program. It's just exactly the same as the one you did before. Right? It's not you don't have to come up with different things just to have different things. Right? Customized for that company, even if it's the same. And we're going to drive employee engagement. If we're going to maximize our return on investment, which is what we have to sell to companies, which is going to retain our contracts, right, which is going to improve the health and well-being of employees, we need to be comprehensive in our assessment. We need to have a program that's customized to that environment and continues to change, right? What happens to the company that you're at for 4 or 5 years, and when you started with them, they were hiring people like they couldn't get enough people in the door, right? And now 2 years later, they're firing all those same people. Do you think they got the same concerns and the same needs? Should your program be the same? No, because when they were hiring all those people were 20 to 25 to 30, right? And now they're firing all those young people, or they're letting them go, or downsizing, or whatever the case might be is. And now all of a sudden, your whole program is set up for a whole different group of people that might be, over 50, right? Or maybe we've had a bunch of people retire, right? And so we don't have to handle some of those more chronic disease, long-term condition type stuff, but we have to figure out how to engage a 22-year-old in improving their health, right? That's a tough thing to do, right? That's a really tough thing to do. Your program's got to change over time, right? So we have to figure out how we're going to engage the employees for us here. And I really believe that one of the biggest things that you need to do overall is that you need to think of yourself as the on-site champion. This is a phrase I use with companies a lot. When I go out and speak at conferences or groups of employers, I say that they need an on-site champion, because the HR person can't be that on-site champion because they're the HR person. They're the person that's got to fire somebody one day. They're the person that's got to handle the benefits package. They can't do this, right? They don't have the energy. If you have Best Buy, they're going to go out and hire their own on-site champion, right? That's going to lead their wellness program, that's going to do whatever. That's why I think it's tougher to get into Best Buy, right, than it is to ABC Manufacturing, right, or ABC Long-Term Care Facility, or whatever employers are in your community, right? They need an on-site champion. They need somebody on-site to say that I'm here to improve the health and well-being of you. And this is what I'm going to do it. And that's my main job here. My main job isn't to do anything else other than improve you as a person, right? And then obviously we need to track some outcomes. If we don't track the outcomes, it's really, really tough to justify what you're doing over time. Sometimes companies will say, well, I think it's going pretty good. Get the outcomes, right? So that you can not only take that for that facility and you can retain that contract, get those outcomes so that you can do what? Go to the next company, right? There is no better marketing than being able to walk into a company and say, well, here are the numbers that I got at the last company, and this is the process that I use. I'd love to be able to do an assessment of your facility. Would you like to see how we can make this happen here? But if you don't have those numbers, it's a lot harder to do. Right? To have successful outcomes, as we've said, we need to have a win situation for everybody. We need to meet the individual company needs. We need to meet the individual employee needs. We need to have a win situation for everybody. If we can't develop a service that's good for the employees and for the employer, right, which we're going to be happy doing, it's just not going to work long term. It really needs to be successful for everybody. We'll talk about employee engagement. I think that one of the things that is important for us in employee engagement, we've talked a little bit about it as we've gone through, but we'll get a little deeper. There's a lot out there right now in education, right? There is no shortage of information in certainly health or anything else in our world, I believe, in today's world. Employees have all the health information, access to it that they want. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but they are educated, right? As I said earlier, the smoker knows that they should not smoke. The person who's overweight knows they shouldn't be overweight, and all of these things. So, I can go on websites and look at my signs and symptoms, right? Education is not the difficulty. Training is a bigger aspect of what I think we need to do with education. I like to share the fact that I have a 17-year-old daughter, turned 17 on Friday, and it's my hope that she engages in sexual education and not sexual training, right? I hope she has sex ed, but isn't training. What is training? Training is getting out there and doing it. I would say that the difference is that we need to take education and we need to engage employees in that training process. How do I take that information and how do I put it to use as an employee? In the healthcare arena, what can I do that's going to instill these things within my daily life? How can I stop smoking? It's hard. I've tried 12 times already and it never works. I can't do it, right? I've lost 10 pounds 15 times and I'm still 5 pounds heavier, right? How do I do this? How do I maintain what I'm going to do? How do I improve this back, right? I have a spondylolisthesis? What? I don't know what does that mean for me right now, right? I'm 26. Does that mean I'm not going to be able to walk when I'm older, or what should I do now, right? Engage them in the training process of the healthcare and not just the educational aspect, okay? I have another rule that's out there that's a 10-80-10. I believe that your services, and if you're going to drive engagement, should follow this 10-80-10 rule, and this is that 10% of the employee population is going to do every health, wellness thing without any of your services. They're the people who are going to come into your office no matter where you are. They're the type of people who sit on the safety committee. This 10% of the employee population is the population that will be a part of every group, and they're the ones leading the walkers, and they're doing the Weight Watchers, and they're out there leading all of these things. That 10%, companies should never spend money on those 10% in my mind. Maybe never is a strong word, right? Right? I also believe that there are 10% of the employees that no matter what you offer, no matter what you do, fall on the other end of that spectrum, and they will never engage in whatever wellness services you have, right? So we have 10% up here, and we have 10% down here. And no matter how much resources, energy, and effort companies put in to that bottom 10%, they're just not going to do it. You know what? They're still going to be out having a Coke and a cigarette and a donut at their break, and they don't care, right? Don't put companies' resources in that basket either, because you're not going to get results, right? There's 80% in the middle. There's 80% in the middle that fall somewhere on that spectrum, right? Just like our spectrum in our health, right? That's the 80% that our services should be trying to move. That's the employees that we need to be engaging. The top 10 are already engaged. The bottom 10 are never going to be engaged. We have to engage that middle 80%. We have to take those people. We've got to give them a reason to do it. We've got to use the top 10%. Did you hear me? We have to use the top 10% as leaders and as examples and as an opportunity to show them what can happen. And we need to elevate that 80%. We don't need to elevate that 80% all the way up into that top percent. We just need to move everybody a little bit closer to that top 10%. That should be our goal. When we're developing services, when we're talking about engaging employees, we need to come in to find out who that 80% is. Part of your assessment should be to find out is that 80% a 56-year-old male who's been working there 30 years, or is it a 22-year-old female that just got her first job? Because those two people are going to be engaged a whole lot different, right? And if your engagement is to try to do both of those, it's difficult. Find out who that 80% is, and let's try to move that 80% up. What programs, what services, what information. When I'm giving a healthcare talk on low back cases, right, I better know who's sitting in the audience. Because if I've got a bunch of 20-year-olds here and I'm talking about what's going to happen in their golden years, they could care less what's going to happen 50 years from now, right? I better be talking about what's going to keep their back healthy right now, right at this moment. That's important to them. What's going to happen at the end of the workday? Because when I was 22, I only cared about what happened about 5 hours from now, right? Know who you're talking to, know who's in that 80%, know what's going to do, and that gets to the demographics, right? Are we talking to males? Are we talking to females? Are we talking to younger, older? Is it a mix? How can we handle those different groups? What's important, right? Do we have a more professional level, a higher education? Do we have a more entry-level job position that we're talking to? What are we trying to do? How are we going to fit our services to meet those exact needs? We have to be able to communicate to them, and we need to be able to provide them feedback, right? So a huge part of employee engagement is exactly this, is getting information out to them, encouraging them what they do, and then providing them feedback, right? There's nothing better to encourage engagement in your on-site treating program than to walk out to a person who's had success, who you know is doing better, and walk up and say, you know, Mike, I'm really glad to see you're doing so good. Let me know if things go bad again. Right? Right? What happens to all of these people, right, around here? I've just reinforced with Mike right here, right, that he's done a good job. He's going to be engaged in this program, right? I might have just done that because last time he came in just a little bit too late. But now what we want him to do is we want him to come in just a little bit earlier than he did last time, right? And oh, by the way, the person sitting behind Mike, Don right here, he's going to be saying, well, what did he do? Chiropractor? Help what? What do you mean he talked to you about stress management? Right? That's how you get engagement. It isn't about pointing out faults. It isn't about doing those things. It's about bringing people in. Right? So be able to communicate that message throughout as well. All right, it's break time. I appreciate everybody getting back in a timely fashion and staying focused with me. I know it's not easy on a Sunday morning here, but we do have some really important stuff to kind of try to get through. We're going to cover, at a pretty good pace here, some of the additional services that you can offer on-site in addition to your chiropractic care or the treating of employees, because I think it's important to touch base on some of the things that you may be doing out there, others are doing, and to have an understanding of how you can build your program to not only treat employees, but to expand on those services. And so we're going to cover a few of those. We're going to go rather rapidly through this so that we can talk about some of the logistics of actually being on site and how do we set up a program and how does that affect management, and then we can get to some other case study information too. So I apologize that we're going to go a little bit quickly through this, and certainly I'll still invite you to ask me questions and stop me as I'm going through, because if one of these services is directly related to something that you would currently doing and or would currently like to do, let's have a little discussion on that, and I'll certainly stick around afterwards to address as many of these things as can, or for our online audience, certainly any communication through phone or online would be appropriate too. So I think that there are two categories, or I'll tell you that I categorize on-site clinical services under two headings. When we go out and talk to companies, I believe that there are active care services and prevention or wellness types of services. The active care services that I include in the menu that I choose to engage in and or talk about and or I think are probably most prevalent within our chiropractic profession are as follows, right? So we're going to treat some worker compensation care. That's obviously an active care clinical service. And so providing care for work comp injuries, providing general health care, right? Non-work comp, injury and illness care that we would do under the scope of practice in whichever state we practice in or however that might be. Case management, we'll again talk about that, return to work, re-education, rehabilitation, IME, and impairment rating. So when we talk about worker compensation care, this can be done on-site and it can be done in your office, right? Currently, I'm guessing that all of you see worker compensation cases in your office. I'm here to say that I think you can treat those cases even more effectively on-site. And I will tell you that it is the perception of some businesses, of some employers, that this is what you're talking about when you say on-site care, right? Even when I talk to other people in our profession and they say, what do you do? And I say, well, I've been really involved in on-site care over the last 15 to 20 years. And they say, you go on-site and you treat workplace injuries? Well, really what I do is I go on-site to prevent workplace injuries, and hopefully over a series of time we're treating very few workplace injuries, but yes, we treat workplace injuries, right? and how do we go about getting that worker back to a level where they're able to work, and even more importantly, and I think our main goal should be, how do we get that employee back to restoring their own health? Certainly a care that some companies will come, the local company might come to you and say, I need you to take care of my work comp cases. Will you do that? And even if you don't do it on site, obviously you want to engage them in a process where you say, I'd love to be the referral source that you provide your employees. And again, I'll state that every state is different in their regulations and work comp, so we're not going to get into a lot of specifics here today about what's legal and what's not.
When you're treating this on site, I mean, are you using I assume you're doing something more than just like a portable table. You have like an elevation table, the whole 9 yards.
Yep. The answer is yes. You can do whatever you want, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But yeah, your setup can be whatever you want it to be when you're on site, right? As far as work comp goes, we'll talk about some regulations on our next weekend that are going to be really important for you, because this is a really concerning area for a lot of companies. Are you going to come in and are you going to just treat everything as a work comp, right? Are we going to turn everything into a work comp? What's going to happen? There are a lot of guidelines. What happens if an employee comes in and says it's work comp and you're not sure, or it's a borderline, or we'll talk about all of those things in our January session and in the third part of our online program. Again, really valuable information, because that's a really dicey area and an area that's gray in many matters. So treating work comp injuries, I think we can do a really, really good job. The far majority, I'm not going to bore you with some statistics right now, but the far majority of work comp injuries are neuromusculoskeletal, right? They're right in our wheelhouse, right? They're cumulative trauma. The far majority of high-cost work comp cases are cumulative trauma conditions that should have been prevented, because they didn't just happen on one day in one instance, right? They were a breakdown over a long period of time that we should have been getting to a long time ago, right? So take care of companies' work comp, and if they're coming to you asking to take care of their work comp and you do a really good job with their work comp, guess what they're going to sit down and listen to you talk about? Coming on site and treating their employees for non-work comp injuries, right? Do a good job. Again, it gets back to that implementation phase, right? Do the right thing for the employee. Get them back as quickly as possible. And let me say that sometimes the best thing for an employee is for you to be open and honest with them and say, you know what? It's part of your responsibility to engage in your health care. If you're just going to come in and get that L5 adjusted, and you're not going to do your exercises, and you're not going to do your home care stuff, and you're going to violate your restriction, workplace restrictions, let me say this too, this is maybe for a different time, but I'll add it. When you talk to employees or you talk to your patients about workplace restrictions or work restrictions, let them know that they're not just for the 8 hours that they're at work, right? These are healthcare restrictions. These are life restrictions, right? These same restrictions apply when you're cleaning your garage out on the weekend as they are when you walk in Monday morning, right? You can't go play softball and then walk in with a work restriction on Monday morning, right? That says you can't bend and twist, right? Have that conversation. Sometimes, and I will say that the majority of patients in the work comp system, they want to get better. There's a few that don't, but the far majority want to get better, right? So engage them. Sometimes they just don't have that understanding. So we're going to treat work comp case injuries. We're going to definitely treat general health care case, and I'm not sure about you, but I don't ever have my patient cross their arms in front of them when I'm adjusting their scapula or whatever that picture is right there. But we're going to have some general health care, chiropractic care, right? And maybe it's just developing some sort of hours that we're going to be on site that we're going to treat within our scope of practice. And we're going to talk at the end of these services here about really doing that on site. And what are the logistics of that? How should our treatment room look? What hours should we be there? How can we promote to companies and those types of things? But we're certainly, and I think this should be our focus, right? So much of companies' concerns out there is going to be work comp and reducing that. This is where the bigger fish is, right? This is the big elephant in the room for companies right now, is general health care costs, right? That's the number that's killing profits. That's the number on the decision maker's bottom line as to what we're going to do. And in our country, what companies have decided to do is they can no longer afford the continued increase in rates of healthcare today. And so what are they doing? They're shifting it. To who? The employees. And so employees complain about what? My high deductible, right? Right. I can't afford this premium cost coming out of my check because so much of the cost is shifting to employees. What should our answer be to employees? Complain to your company? Get engaged and be a healthier person, right? Because if you're a healthier person, I'm guaranteeing that your company somewhere along the line is going to catch on that you're costing them less money and they're going to incentivize you some way. If we're all healthier people, we don't have to spend as much money on health care. So don't tell my company they should pay more of my bill. Say to myself, at the end of the day, I should make sure that I'm taking care of myself so that I don't cost myself money. It's not so that I don't cost the company money. I think that shifting health care cost to the employee is a fabulous idea. I don't say that at many employee seminars. Right? I think it's a fabulous idea. You want to know why? Because I think it's going to drive employees to engage in their own wellness. I think when I've got $1 in the deal, I'm going to make a little bit harder decision for me, right? That's where I think we need to go. And I think, unfortunately, it's taken us a long way to get there, and it's come around a long way to do that, and we have a long way to go, but I think that that's a good thing. So what can we do to improve the overall general health and well-being? And sometimes this is adjusting a thoracic or an extremity or a lumbar, and sometimes it's sitting down and having a lifestyle conversation. I believe, and in my practice, what I do is that we're going to talk about nutrition, we're going to talk about stress management, we're going to talk about home exercise care, right? We're going to do some physical therapy, we're going to do all these things. I'm going to get you out to somebody beyond my scope of practice when I'm no longer involved in that, right? I don't claim that I can treat every employee that walks into my office, right? But I can hopefully have an education that puts me in a position where I can provide the best recommendations to my patients, some of which are my care, right? And so I would encourage you to do this, is to go home in your community, if you haven't done so already, and find out who the best other providers are in your community. The absolute best, the ones that you think are the best at what they do, at the best at how they can communicate to patients, the best that care about the patient. Find the medical doctor who cares about the person that they're treating more than anybody. Find the podiatrist, find the dentist, find the orthopedic specialist, right? Find all of those people and connect with them. And when you have somebody you can send them, call them up and say, you know what, I need a second opinion. I need you to address this issue with this person. You know, I think you're our best resource in the community. Will you please look at this person? Guess who they're going to call back when they've got somebody saying, I really want to go to a chiropractor. Who should I see? What was that guy's name that called me and thought I was really smart? Right? Do those things in your community so that you can provide the best general health care to your employees, whether that's in your scope of practice or that's within your reference resource. We can provide active care case management. So one of the services that I've done over time, and I think is very valuable to companies, and you can either do this as an independent service or as part of your on-site program, is to manage cases. So maybe that's managing the work comp case that's not being seen by you, right? Or maybe that's doing an evaluation for the company on whether restrictions are appropriate or not, right? Whether that person is being seen by you or not, right? This case management type stuff is sometimes you calling up one of your colleagues in the community, another chiropractor, and saying, hey Dan, you know what, I've been asked to look at this case here. Can you explain what you're doing here so that I can explain to the company that you're on track and things are going to go well? Right? Man, that's a good conversation to have, right? So we're going to manage some cases. There are a lot of times where companies want somebody just to take a look at the information because the HR person doesn't have a medical background, right? The HR person doesn't understand what's going on, right? They're a company of 173 people, right? And about 60 of those people are family or close friends, right? They don't have the resources to be able to do that. Give them your knowledge, help them understand how that can happen. That certainly leads into return to work, right? Case management can lead into return to work. We have an employee that's been hurt, right? How are we going to get them back to work as soon as possible? One of the first phrases I ever heard in occupational health was in one of the very first seminars I ever took, and I'll still to this day think of it often. Work is therapeutic. The faster we can get people back to work, the better off we're going to be. One of the dangerous signs when you're doing your assessment on a company is if they have more lost days than days restricted. This is part of that OSHA 300 log, right? And they have to record the number of days that employees were completely gone, and then they have to record the number of days that were restricted. If we have more days where they're completely gone than they do days where they're restricted, that's trouble. That means we don't have a very good plan at this company to get people back in the work environment to give them something that they can do. Either that or we haven't done a good enough job talking with the healthcare community about the options we have at our work. Right? And so then it just comes off they've got to be off at work. And while they're off at work, you're right, they're not doing anything but laying on their couch. How good is that? How good is that therapy for that lumbar condition? Right? We need to get people back to work. And we can do that if we know and understand their condition and we know and understand their responsibility. So we're taking job descriptions, we're taking a look at their workstation, and we're saying, okay, here's the condition that this employee is in. They are not ready to do this one. So what they're going to have to do is that they're going to have to do this over here. And then what we'll do is that we'll work hard on them and we'll put them in this workstation for 4 hours a day and then 5 hours a day. And then they'll be able to work a full 8-hour day. And at the end of that 8-hour day, we're going to monitor that to make sure that we're doing a good job of getting them back in the work environment in a very safe manner. You want to build bridges? Work comp is famous, right, for splitting employees and companies, right? The employee thinks what? The employee thinks, I'm hurt. The company's got to pay for this. They don't believe me. They don't understand how bad I'm hurting. They don't get it, right? And the company thinks what? They're faking it. They should be back to work. They really hurt themselves somewhere else. And most of the time, neither one of those cases is the truth. As a matter of fact, very small percentage of the time, right? Somebody needs to step in the middle here and be that middle person to communicate with both these people, saying, you know what, your employer wants you to get wants to get you better as fast as you can, but absolutely doesn't want to put you in an environment that's going to be dangerous for you. So I'm here to make sure it's not going to be dangerous. And then you're going to go back to the company, you're going to say, she's coming back to work, but she can only do this. If we have her do that, she's going to get hurt worse. Right? So we're going to get her back to work. She's going to be productive for you. She's going to be engaged with you. Right? She's going to know you care. Right? So you're going to pay me to do that. What a wonderful thing. Really, really a good service. The idea is that we hope we do this a lot less over time, right? Because we hope we have a lot less return to work situations. But sometimes it's job modification. What happens to that pregnant employee, right? Who was doing this job all the way along? You know, her job was loading cabinets on a conveyor belt. She's really good at that, even though she's 110 pounds. But what happens now if she's 125 pounds because she's pregnant, right? We got this big weight distribution out here, and she's still asked to load those cabinets. Is this a good idea? Right? Make sure we're doing that. And that leads into the re-education and rehabilitation aspect of it too, right? So we have these employees that have to do this all the time, right? Should we be talking about how to maybe do this a little bit better? Should we be rehabbing these people at the end of the day? Should we be showing them the exercises they should do, right? That's a tough position, right? They have to go down this trailer, and they're welding every one of those cross beams right there, and they're putting supports on those cross beams. And that's what they do all day long, right? Is it surprising that they walk out of like this every night? Well, what happens if we had some rehabilitation for them to do for the last 10 minutes of their workday? What happens if 5 times throughout the workday we had them do that rehabilitation, right? What a wonderful service to be able to offer a company. What a wonderful opportunity for the employee to have access to really good information. Nope, not good information, good what? Good training, right? Because they knew they should have done it, right? But we're that on-site champion that's going to get out there to encourage them. Did you do it Did you do it last hour? Did you start off this? How are you doing? Are we doing those okay? Right? What happens if we implement a stretching program that we know is good for the employee, and they come back to us and they say, this really hurts? We say, okay, why does it hurt? Let's take a look, right? Maybe it hurts because it wasn't the right exercise. Or maybe it hurts right now because what they've got is they've got an atlas that's out of position, right? And so we say to them, well, guess what you should do? In addition to that stretching exercise, you got to have this, we got to do some we got to do some work on this reverse cervical curve. Right? That's the type of stuff. Very important to be engaged in this re-education and really rehabilitation process. There is another service out there too. I will tell you that if you're going to do IMEs, if you're going to set impairment ratings, get some training, know what you're doing. Don't promise to do independent medical examinations and or impairment ratings unless you know the exact legal qualifications of your state, the industry that you're in, all of those things. You can provide examinations, either baseline stuff and or recommendation examinations, but when you call it an independent medical examination, there comes a different level of expectation by most employers, and so just be cautious about that. So our prevention or wellness services here for us, these are all the things that we're going to do to try to prevent, obviously, injuries, improve employees' health and wellness. So we've talked a lot about the idea of ergonomic intervention for us, right? So we're going to take a look. Here's that same worker again. These guys doing this thing. So we're going to teach them that, you know what, if you hold a stick, right, your shoulder is going to have a lot less stress, your elbow is going to be under a lot less stress, you're in a power grip, so you're going to be able to do it with a lot less fatigue, right, than we are if we're in this situation. Or walking around, if I'm even shorter, I've got to raise my hand even taller for us, right? And oh, by the way, ergonomically, what we're going to do is that when you're working with finishing a ceiling where there's splattering continually taking place, we're going to do what the guy who's been around for a long time has done. We're going to put a pair of glasses on, right? So that's what's going to happen. We're not going to go without glasses, right? When we're 22 years old, we just don't think we need them. You know, if it hits us in the face, I blink my eyes a couple times, it's fine, right? Right? We're going to change that. What we're going to do is that we're going to make sure that when you're at your workstation, we're in a good position, right? We want that ear to be over that shoulder, which is over that hip. We want to adjust that microscope. We don't want to adjust that body, right? We want to get this workstation set up exactly for this worker, right? And that might be a little bit different than the next worker that's down there. Those are the types of things that we want to do in our ergonomic training, right? So our intervention and training. And one of the things that we talk to about companies is not coming in to do a broad ergonomic. I believe that if you're going to have success in your ergonomic training, you need to get specific to this. You need to get out here, right? When I was taking this picture, you want to know what was happening to me? My shirt looked like this guy's did, right? And it's all over me. Like Jim said, we got to make some decisions on what we want to do. If you don't want to get dirty, don't go do this, right? Because this, you don't walk in a shirt and a suit, and I'm sorry, in a suit, a jacket, a tie, into a company like this, right? When you go on site to do your ergonomic evaluations, make sure you're wearing proper safety equipment. Is it a good idea for me to wear a tie around a lot of machinery? Probably not. If I go into this environment, should I have a pair of steel-toed shoes? If I don't, guess what I do? I say I don't have them, and the company says, well, we do right here, and there's these goofy little clodhopper things you put on your toes that you walk around with, right? Ask what they require for safety gear before you go in and you get out and you do these things, but you got to get in there, right? And if you don't want to get out and get dirty, then go to that medical device manufacturing company, right? And help them solve their problems. Know what's in your community and know what's going to take. Another prevention services is this educational and motivational seminar. So here's another good story from my past, is that, and this isn't my mistake one time, this is where I was really smart. That's why I like sharing this one. Company that I was doing some work for, the HR person said, we've got a really big problem. And we took a look at their workstations, and one of the things that we found is that when we went out to their workstations, their chairs were falling apart, right? They had tape on the handle, they weren't working. Some had wheels, some didn't, some backrests worked, some didn't, all of these things. So one of the recommendations that we made is that they had to get new chairs. And the company knew this for a long time, right? They knew that was a problem. So this company went out and they purchased about 500 new chairs at a $600 price tag per chair. Right? That's a pretty expensive chair, right? But this was a long-term investment. The person who came in to sell him this chair said, well, this chair is going to be around for 20 or 25 years, right? That's a little amount of money over a long period of time. And not only that, but this chair is really cool, right? We can have a lumbar support, it can go vertical, it can be directional, right? What we can do is that we can fit everybody from a really small frame to a really big frame with this chair, right? Specially designed for different size people and all of those things. We can tilt the angles of things that we have here. We have the ability to lock it in stationary, it can rotate, it can do all these things. You know, there's all kinds of levers and buttons down here, right? All of those, great buy. Company's excited. The HR person's really, really happy. God, I got the approval. Thanks, Chad. Right? Went out and they spent $300,000 on new chairs. Right? Gave them to everybody. It was a big, glorious day when the semi pulls up and wheels all the chairs out. And they took all the old ones, put them in the semi, and hauled them off to a storage unit that they had behind the building. And within 2 weeks, everybody was trying to break into the storage to get their old chairs back. What went wrong? Didn't try them out? Anybody else? Didn't know how to adjust them, right? They rolled them right off the semi truck. They took the plastic wrap off, and they all walked up in line and got their chairs, and they went and sat down in them, and they said, "Well, these are pretty comfy for the first day, right? I mean, these have a netting, right? A resistant netting and all these things." And after 2 weeks, it just didn't work, right? It wasn't nearly as comfortable as the old chair, right? The old chair that they had brought their old cushion off their couch in to make sure they had the right support in the exact right spot, and they had to duct tape it just in that right spot, right? Or that they had to raise those arms up a little bit, and they couldn't do it, so then they had to tape an extra pad on the top of both of those armrests, right? They had modified those old chairs, right? They were fitting them better than I realized at the time, right? What did we forget to do in this case? We forgot to give them a $250 seminar on how to use their chairs. We forgot to go around to each workstation and make sure that each person was done. Right? They spent $300,000, and for another $1,500, we could have had a bang of a program. But instead, we had 6 weeks of disaster, right? And a management team that was really, really unhappy about the fact that we had bought the wrong chair, right? Because everybody complained. The idea is that we need to train people, right? We can't just throw things out there. We can't just change their workstation and not train them how to use it. We have to be able to train them not only on their health care, but how they interact with what they're doing. Another prevention service, so we're lifting classes, right? I mean, has anybody been asked to go out to a local company in their community to do a lifting training or low back care? Anybody here done that? A couple people. It's pretty common, right? I think a lot of chiropractors across the country, they go out and do that, right? And we do, that service is being performed a lot. Again, a great service to be able to get us in the door, right? I mean, they see us as this expert, right? And so we want to make sure that this is a service that's on our agenda, and we're going to try to, I wouldn't suggest that this is the training that we provide right here, right? There are a lot of good things that are out there as far as training. Some work a little bit better than others. I think in our diplomat program we talk a little bit about that and some of the keys that are involved in these types of injury prevention programs, whether it's low back, upper back, injury prevention programs, and general material handling, I guess is the word I'm looking for. All of those things. This is another service that we can offer. Again, I will tell you that if you're going to go out and give a class like this, say you'll commit to do it, but commit to coming out over your lunch hour for a half hour so that you can see what the employees do before you go out there. Because one of the mistakes that you can make is go out there, give your training, and it doesn't relate to anything that they do. So take a look at the environment you're walking into before you put it together, so that what you can do is you can use their products to teach them how to do the training. Another one is of prevention type services is the post-job offer, pre-placement screenings or physicals. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Obviously, Elizabeth Oppel has done a lot of DOT, physicals, drug testing, alcohol screening, those types of things. I think that this might be probably the most popular occupational health service our profession provides industry, is DOT, physicals, and drug and alcohol screening. If you look in the Twin Cities area, there's all kinds of clinics that are promoting this to employers. This is a service that's easy training. Most of it can be done by our staff, right? We can provide this training to all of our local employers. If you don't do this, seriously look into the drug and alcohol and the DOT screening process. I believe the training's even online now. Is that right, Joe, or most of it? The other thing that I have down here for work one, or for under number one, is the worker selection, the new hire screening program. You've heard a little bit about the biomechanical stress index that Joe referenced in one of the companies that he started. And that's part of our Diplomate Occupational Health training. I believe Joe has some information in regards to the BSI and the availability of that. It's a great low back assessment for those of you who stuck around last night. Dr. Al Stakowski joined us, and it's been a big part of his practice where he's reached out to local nursing homes and as he was telling me last night, even manufacturing facilities to do this. Don, have you done some of that in the past too? I forget what you, right? So if you have questions on that, Don is a great resource to be able to communicate with. Just a really, really good tool. You guys want something that's packaged, that is out there, that you're capable of doing right now, and that's it, right? I mean, that's one of the services that's available. The other thing that I think is really important, and I think really going to be a big part of company's plan, or should be a big part of your consideration, is just doing a baseline screening of employees, right? So we talked earlier about the idea that in a work comp system, the employee is 100% healthy unless they've got some documented evidence that they're not. And so in doing a baseline test, you can do two things. You can give the employer the confidence that you're setting a baseline. So if they've got a bad knee, you're going to know about a bad knee. You're not going to give them that information until later on if there's an issue. We'll talk about the confidentiality and some HIPAA regulations and those things. But you're going to provide a baseline on their employee to where their health concerns are. And that's important because it might catch one or two really bad cases for the company. I believe the bigger benefit to the company is also the same benefit that you can provide to the employee with a baseline type of examination. It gives you an opportunity to sit down with an employee to say, here's your health status, right? You can point to them on that health status graph where they are. And you can talk to them about how they can get a little bit better, right? Just a great opportunity for an employee to sit down with somebody and say, okay, well, what should I be doing about the fact that I've got that issue with that degenerative hip, or the fact that I've got that heel spur, as the one employee pointed out to me. Gives you an opportunity to communicate with those employees, and especially new hires, right? So it's an especially important thing for new hires. A new hire walks into a company, and their concern is to do what? Keep their job. They've got to learn their job. They've got to try to perform their job just as fast as all of the other employees that have been doing it for a lot longer, right? So they're focused on just trying to do as much as they can, as fast as they can, and not make too many mistakes. And, oh my gosh, what'd they say again? What'd they tell me yesterday? How's my training going? All these things are running through their head. And physically, it puts them under a lot of stress, right? And they walk into it with all kinds of healthcare conditions. One of the great things that we've done with new employees over time is to sit down with them, do a health screening on them, tell them, here's what's going to happen. Guess what? You're going into hand sanding, and that's where they've hired you to go. You're perfectly healthy to do that, but just understand we have some cautionary flags that these are the things that you're going to experience. If you try to go as fast as everybody else, right, and I know that you're going to have to work a few extra hours of overtime this week, you're going to have a sore wrist. And so what I want you to do as a new employee, to physically get yourself ready and able to do that, you've got to do these exercises throughout the day. Or if these 3 red flags come up, come back and see me. Great service when you're on site to be able to add this to your menu, right? Because then what happens is that on day 2 or 3, I can walk out to that new employee who I know is in the middle of chaos, who didn't hear the stretches that I told them because they're too worried about everything else, right? They haven't been doing them because they're still trying to go too fast, right? And we can walk up to them with their supervisor, who now it's really going to make them nervous. Now the on-site provider guy is walking up with their supervisor. And you can say, Renee, I just wanted to have Paul come over here so that I could explain to you guys that I need you to slow down a little bit or we're going to have problems here, right? I need you to do these stretches at these times. And here's what I'm going to do, Renee. I'm going to ask Paul to make sure that you're doing your stretches. What have we done in that situation? We've taken all the pressure off of that new employee, right? We've put it on the supervisor, right? We've already had this same thing happen with the supervisor on every other new employee, right? And they've bought into the fact that I can't have that person work too much because, you know what? If we overwork this person in the first 4 days, they ain't coming back on Friday. They don't feel like they can make it work. They don't feel like they can do this job over the next 15 or 20 years, right? And Paul doesn't want to train a new person on hand sanding because hand sanding is their worst department. It's where their biggest turnover is, right? When you do that and you can provide that service right there, really, really valuable for the employee, right? That new hire, we can keep them there, right? We can go out there a week later, 10 days later, 2 weeks later and say, how are you doing? They can say, well, you know what? It's been sore for a long time, but I'm starting to see progress, right? It's kind of like, it's kind of like those first steps of a marathon runner, right? If I start running a mile today and by a month from now I'm running 5 miles, I'm going to be sore. But my goal isn't to run 5 miles, it's to run the marathon. And I know that if I can get to that 5-mile mark, I'm going to feel a lot better, and all of a sudden I'm going to be okay. The same thing with that worker, right? We have to make sure that the worker understands that and they understand their resources. And the other valuable tip that comes into play here is that what do we do with that when something goes wrong a month and a half from now with that new employee? They're going to know all about what we do there, right? They're not going to wonder where we're at. They're not going to wonder, who's that guy who walks through who doesn't work here, right? Who's that chiropractor? What, there's a chiropractor? Where is he? What's going on with that? They're going to have all that information because we worked with them as a new patient. We followed up with them on day 3, and we followed up with them on day 15, right? So they know exactly where to go when they've got something wrong, right? We're already instilling a cultural change in their thought process that don't wait till it's wrong. Don't wait till you're so bad that you can't do your job. Come into me before that happens. And I've told them that on our first visit, on our follow-up 3-day visit out there, and on our 2-week visit to make sure they're doing okay. And oh, by the way, they don't feel so stupid asking their coworker about is this guy any good? Is this happening? And, or they don't feel bad because we've engaged their supervisor in the process. They can go to their supervisor and say, my wrist is fine, but should I be having shoulder problem? And then the supervisor is going to say what? I don't know, go see Chad. Right? That's what we do here. I don't know. What do you mean that's what you do? This hasn't happened at my last 5 jobs. I don't know. I've been working here for 10 years. He's down the hall. Go see him. That's how it works. Right? That's what you want to engage. This is a fabulous, fabulous survey. And you can go through the exam. You can do something as comprehensive as the biomechanical stress index for low back. You can develop things for upper extremities. When should you do it for low back? Which companies should you be promoting your BSI to? Companies who would have high risk of low back injuries, right? As I mentioned earlier, Joe and I are trying to go through and find out what's the best exam we can do for an upper extremity injury because we've got a company that came to us and said we'd like one for some shoulder and arm stuff. Right? What type of exam can you do in a short period of time that brings up the red flags and allows you an opportunity to engage the employee in the culture that you want to create there? The prevention, the promotion of wellness, those types of things will allow that to happen. Let them know that you're not just there when things go super, super bad. You're there when you wake up and you're a little bit stiff and sore and you're not sure why. Regulatory management. So this is dealing with OSHA regulations, hazmat type stuff. This is dealing with lockout, tagout. Does any of that sound scary to anybody in the room? Sounds pretty scary to me. I don't want to be in charge of which chemicals should or shouldn't be used, or if they have the right containers. I don't think my expertise is in knowing how many parts per million should be involved in the particles in the air. Or I kind of know those OSHA regulations, and I know that extension cord probably shouldn't be frayed. But how long can that extension cord be? How many things can we plug? It's not what I do. David Gilkey, who was with us yesterday and for briefly this morning, he's comfortable doing it, loves doing this stuff, right? Right? I wouldn't do this service. I'm not saying that none of you shouldn't, but go get the training, is what I'm saying, right? If that's what you want to do. Don't take on anything. A good example is lockout, tagout stuff, right? It's not complicated. There's some things involved in that. But just make sure because you don't ever want to have made a mistake that costs somebody a very serious injury, right? Know what you're doing, right? Stay within your comfort zone with what you're good at. And if this is it, and if you got in the training, that's it. Go ahead. Wellness coordination, coaching, and care. Obviously, we've talked a lot about this, right? In addition to just our general health care, what are we doing? What is our skill set? What opportunity do I have beyond to moving some bones to improve the health and well-being of the people that are on site at the company, that are my patients or that are involved? What can we do to encourage people to stop smoking, or what can we do to encourage people to lose weight or manage their disease a little bit better? Or what happens if we work with people on trying to reduce the medications that they're on, or we're trying to do those types of things? All within our scope of practice, obviously, and all of those things in the communities that we're at. What about corporate wellness integration? As I mentioned before, just about every company out there now 8 out of 10 for sure, have some sort of wellness program. Their biggest problem is they can't get people engaged. Northwestern Health Science is a health institute. We educate health people. We should be very health-minded people. We don't have 100% engagement in the health, in the wellness program here at work. I think that what you can do is that you can work with companies on how to drive the services that they already are trying to do, right? Encourage employees to take advantage of the resources that they already have on site. You want to bring value to your program, bring value to the other services that the company's already providing for them, right? Very, very important for us. Well-being care, I'll just spend briefly on this because we'll talk about it as well. There is a lot, and I mean a lot, and hopefully the majority of the conditions that I treat on site that maybe don't even qualify as being diagnosable, right? We don't have an orthopedic. There is no positive orthopedic or neurological test, right? All I know is that they've got a reverse cervical curve, and we've got to do something to change that. I believe that falls under a well-being care. Does that fall? Can I bill the insurance company for that? Right? Nope. Can I bill the company for that? If I convince them, it's going to be in the overall best interest, right? If I can convince somebody who's not in that red, maybe in that yellow, or maybe even in that light green, if I can give them some care that'll improve their neuromusculoskeletal system, right? If we can optimize that, right? And I'm not talking, so obviously I'm not talking about the differentiation of pain or not pain. I'm talking about the person who comes in who we know has a spondylolisthesis, right? Who doesn't have active pain or dysfunction, but we're coming in to evaluate the pelvic stability, right? That we're not seeing these things getting worse. And so I think that well-being care should be a really big, important thing. I think the biggest way to reduce workplace injuries is to improve healthy people. Not get sick people better. I think the best way to reduce the likelihood of injury is to make healthy people healthier. Really important. We can also provide some services to management, right? We can be the person sitting in the red chair so that hopefully somewhere down the line we get to a point where they really value our opinion, right? They say, hey, give us some feedback on here. What should our chiropractic benefit program look like? Right now each employee gets 6 visits and they've got a $1,000 deductible. Is that a good program for chiropractic? Well, it isn't going to pay for much, right? If you want to encourage it, right? Be the consultant on the team. Be the person who sits in the safety committee, right? Be the person who's on the wellness committee as a resource for them. It's a service that you can do to engage them in what they're doing. Be part of their ergonomics committee program. Help them review policy on how things should improve or how to engage employees. Sit in the boardroom so you can affect some decision making as well. On-site chiropractic. We get to the part we've been talking about all weekend, right? Healthcare costs obviously are crazy, right? They've continued to grow and escalate because we're continuing to put our resources into the last 6 months of life and disease care and all these things, and it's been very expensive in our healthcare system. I think, as I've said many times, we can do a better job in a more efficient situation, especially in the idea of on-site clinical treating. And I not only believe it because I've seen it, but I believe it because more and more companies across the company are doing this exact same thing. There are companies, again, of all sizes that are doing this. I believe the mistake that most of these on-site clinics are making is that they're taking the same clinic model of reactionary care and just moving it into the environment of the workplace. And that will have a certain percentage of improvement because it's become more efficient, right? But it's still reactionary. They're still treating the same. They're still expecting people to get bad and then being right there to help them when they're bad. I think if we want to have a bigger impact on healthcare, if we want to do a better job, if we want to do a better responsibility for those patients, if we want to have company profits be bigger, we don't take that same model and put it in there. We take a different model. We take a proactive approach. We take an approach that we're going to be there the moment things start to go bad, not the moment they're really bad, right? We're going to focus on that early intervention, right? And we're going to focus on what we really, really do. The great thing about chiropractic care is we get a lot of really great success, right? We can do a lot of really amazing things, right? We've seen that happen in our clinics. We hear that from other people. You can go to seminar after seminar after seminar of where chiropractic is succeeding. Let's just get that out there. Let's put it to the test, right? Let's put it in an environment where we're evaluated fairly on an annual basis, right? At the end of each year of a contract, what's going to happen is the company's going to sit down and the company's going to say, you did good, we're going to hire you back, right? You don't got to sit there and fight with them about reimbursement rates or number of visits or visit limits, right? Or who you should see or what you should do. They're just going to say, did it work? Yeah. And you're going to say, not only did it worked so good, I'm going to charge you more. And they're going to say, you know what? That's still a pretty good value, right? I think that Joe has shared with this class his story about sitting with the owner of the glass company manufacturer, and they had a $600,000 check. Is that right, Joe? $600,000, is that right? A $600,000 check, which was a reimbursement check, back to the company because Joe had saved him so much money. You know what he told Joe? Joe, you got to raise your rates. Don't you wish the insurance company would tell you that sometime, right? This is an environment where that can happen if you do what Joe did. What did Joe do? He helped the company be more profitable. How did Joe do that? He focused his attention on the importance of the well-being of the worker that was going into that employment, right? Joe's primary objective was the health and well-being of that employee. And in turn, the company made money. And when the company made more money, they went back to Joe and said, we'd like to pay you more money, right? That's a fun way to practice, right? Jim Patterson would also tell you that if you don't put your attention on the health and well-being of the employee, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, and you don't get the results, right, then you're going to be judged on that too. But we'll take that bet, right? We'll walk into that arena because the healthcare model that's out there for our profession right now I think is in a very scary time, right? I mean, I don't think many of us would re-up to go through school all over and start over again right now, would we? Right? That's a scary thing. How about if we just take a different look at healthcare and we don't say we want to play by their model. We want to play in this arena, right? This is where I want to. This is where I want to go to work each day, and I want my patients to judge me whether I'm giving them good, proper care, and I want somebody to pay me based upon those outcomes. Does that seem so strange? Isn't that what we should be doing? Right? This is an environment where I think that takes place better than any other environment that's out there. On-site chiropractic care. What are the employee benefits that we bring to chiropractic? And when we have on-site chiropractic care, how does the employee benefit? Again, we've talked about it fairly extensively. Obviously, low-cost conservative chiropractic care. We can provide care for the employee, and in most of these on-site situations, at no cost. Not low cost, in no cost. Sometimes we have a small copay depending upon how we set the program up or those types of things. But they can get free chiropractic care. And not only that, it's convenient. The access to all of this is just right there. It's where I've got to go to work every day. Right? Very, very, very big benefit. Obviously, and a phrase that I heard this last week, I think we can give employees the opportunity to live longer and die shorter. What does that mean? That means we can be healthier for a longer period of life, right? I mean, right? We're living longer and longer and longer as a society. Is that a good thing? Well, it's a good thing if I'm really healthy till the end, right? But if I'm in really poor health when I'm 55 and I live to be 95, right? That ain't so good, right? We want to live longer and die shorter. Right? I think, unfortunately, we have conditioned people to live really unhealthy lives for a really, really long time, and then we've created this healthcare system that's going to keep them as long as we can, no matter what it costs. Right? I think that we offer a different opportunity for employees. I think that we offer them an opportunity to be vibrant, right? To be healthy, to do the things that they want to do, not the things that they have to do, for a longer period of time. I think that that's pretty exciting. I'm going to start up again here now, and we'll try to go through. Again, I know that there's a bit of fatigue that sets in at this point of the process, but this is the part that we're going to go through, and we're going to spend the next hour talking about some of the details of actually providing care on site, and how does that look like in the real world. And so if we have questions as we go through this part in particular, we'll try to address as many as we can, and we might hold off on some of the longer ones. I'll ask you to address them afterwards so we can get through the material. But this is kind of the nuts and bolts of really being on site and what we're doing. We've talked about the employee benefits. We're coming back now. We're talking about the benefits for the employers. We've been through this. This is what a lot of the weekend has been about, is providing a return on investment. And how do we do that? We do that through giving the employer some control over workplace and non-workplace care. And when I say control, I mean the employer right now has does not have the ability in the state of Minnesota to say you have to go see this person, right, for their general health or for work comp. And it's varying for different states. But in general, for sure, we can go see whoever we want for our health care, and we pay it. We just go see them. The opportunity that an on-site program provides an employer is having easier, more convenient access to somebody who is in line with the company's thoughts on health care, right? So this is a big advantage, and this is why a lot of companies are bringing in people, right? They want to bring somebody in that is going to have the best interest of their employees and is really going to be motivated to be an efficient healthcare provider, right? But certainly falls in line with some of their goals. And that's why I think it's so important, if you're reaching out to employers in your community and expressing to them your desire to come on site, that you share with them your philosophy, which I hope we've been able to convince you should be shifting from a disease care model more into a prevention or wellness model. I think that that's going to be important, and certainly as companies move forward, it's where they're going to be. Some companies aren't there yet, but I tell you what, that's the direction that companies are going. They're going to want to align with healthcare providers in the community that are forward-thinking, that are focused on health and are focused on wellness and improving everybody, right? Taking that 80% that we talked about in the middle and moving them to a healthier situation. An on-site program gives them the ability. I would again recommend that all of your on-site programs, right, are completely voluntary, and you'd go into it with the idea that you're going to take care of each individual employee. And if an employee is seeing Don at the practice down the road, right, and it's going real well, I would highly encourage you to tell that employee, if Don is taking care of you, stay there, do that. That's what we want. That's the goal that we're getting to. On-site programs are not about you going on site and treating every last little person and making sure that they only use your clinic in your community or what. It's about just doing one thing, taking care of the health and well-being of that employee. And if they need to be seeing a different chiropractor, if they need to be seeing an occupational health nurse, if it's going well, right, that's where they should be right then. I really think that's really important. And that's a message that you need to provide the employer, right? That you're there to make sure that they're out to wherever they need to be. And I would encourage you in your community, while you're going on site, to reach out to the other practitioners in the community and surrounding area and saying, we're going to be on site here, right? We would love to be able to have a great relationship where we can send people to you. We want to make sure that the patients you're seeing are continuing to see you and it's all going in a really good direction. Have that conversation, because our end goal is a healthy person. Wherever they get that and however they get that, if they're healthier, that's what we should be promoting, right? Very, very important thing. And sometimes that can be a difficult thing, right? Especially in a smaller community. There's 3 chiropractors and there's one really big employer, right? And you're going to go in and you're going to take away everybody's patients, and that gets to be ugly sometimes. My contention is that it should raise the level of chiropractic in a community, and everybody should be seeing more people, right? If we've got a successful on-site program where we're treating employees at the place of work, well, my goodness, they're going to tell everybody how great the chiropractor is, and it's going to elevate everybody in the community, especially if we work together. And not just within chiropractic, but in general health as well. So, yeah.
Question, in most of these programs, the employees come to see you with their family.
Right, so the programs and there are different on-site clinic setups. It's my stance that we see employees through our programs. We don't see outside family members on-site at the employer. It adds some liability. Unless you're going to be Toyota and set up a separate entrance and a full clinic, then we can see outside people and do it with reasonable liability, minimizing our liability risks. But most companies don't want to get in the business of having friends and family and dependents all come on site. I mean, they're trying to get a job done, right? We're just there. But we're there to see the employees and the employees only. But you bet, do we want to take care of their family members? Do we want to take care of their neighbors? You bet we do, right? What does this do for your local practice, do you think? Right? I mean, there's practice management seminars that go on all over the place and are loaded to the gills with people. I think that this is the best practice management anybody could do, is to be the local chiropractor at the largest employers in your community. You want to build a name, a reputation? You want to gain some confidence in people's care? Boy, that's a powerful thing, I think. The other thing that it benefits employers certainly is a healthier workforce, and not only for reducing healthcare costs. Companies want to be more productive too, right? If I'm healthier, I'm going to be more productive, and that means that if I'm the accountant, working at my computer, if I'm the manufacturing person, right? If I'm in if I'm a nursing assistant and all day long I'm lifting patients in and out of bed, and I'm a healthier person, what do you think my attitude's going to be like as I'm working with those residents? I'm going to be a happier person, right? They're going to give positive feedback, right? We're going to do a better job at what we do. So improving productivity is oftentimes a really big thing along with company morale. One of the surveys that we do oftentimes within company is, where's company morale? Because that'll tell us how well we're communicating our message, right? There's a lot of companies out there that when company morale goes down, productivities go down, increased costs of work comp goes up, right? We see a lot of bad things when morale is down. If we can improve morale, right, we get to keep and attract really good people. That's a really good thing for the company. And it's also really fun to work with people who are really happy, right? I mean, it's no fun to treat that patient who comes in complaining everything, God, that's tiring, right? When you're in your clinic and you go through a day of seeing patients all day long who are complaining and down and mad why they got to come in and they're still hurting, that's physically draining as a healthcare provider. I don't want to practice like that my entire career. I want to go in where somebody walks in, it's got a little bit of energy, right? They're engaged in what they're doing. They actually physically done the exercises that I've told them to do, right? Those things happen when we improve morale. I've talked about direct cost savings being things like healthcare expense and work comp. We can measure those things very easy. Indirect costs are things like productivity, employee turnover, absenteeism. Does anybody know what presenteeism is? Being there but not there, right? So I'm going into work today, but man, I'm thinking about the fact that I got all this outside stuff going on, or that my headache's so bad I can't get my work done, or whatever the case is. I'm physically there. I'm not absent today, but I'm certainly not productive or doing those things. That's a huge thing in health and wellness right now, is presenteeism. Again, there are calculators out there for a lot of these things. For every day that we have an absenteeism, it means so much for a company when their profit margin is this. And so there are calculators that are out there, and be happy to forward a lot of those on to you. If you're interested in that, that would be a great reason to be in touch with us at the Sweary Center. And we'd love to be able to help that process for you. Benefits for us, right? We got to create a win situation for all three, I said, didn't I? The employee, the employer, and we got to want to do it. Why would we do this? Well, obviously we're increasing our services, so that gets back to our compensation, and it's really nice. I would contend to you that the idea of having very little overhead and direct pay compensation is a pretty good thing, right? I don't have to pay for a lot of staff or a lot of overhead in building, and I get to send my bill at the end of the month, and I know it's paid within 10 days, or maybe arrangements are 15 or 30 at the most, right? That's a very good thing. If we have a practice in a local community, obviously there's a direct referral source there that we don't want to overplay. What's our goal when we're on site? Is it to promote our clinic? Is it to see how many new patients we can get back at our office in the afternoon? No, it's to take care of that person right there. And if we do that, you're going to go back to your office and there's going to be all kinds of voicemails, right? People wanting to get in. Don't go into these companies with the idea that you're going to promote your practice and get all these referrals from the outside source. Take care of the people and let that play out, right? But it is. It's a great source of referral for sure. When that very first program that we started with, that was in a community about 18 miles from Oconee, something like that. Right? When I started there, they were about 18 miles from Oconee, and I bet within the first 6 months that we were on site there, we had probably, I'll be conservative, let's say 75 new patients driving from a community, right, who had all their chiropractors, going through communities that had a chiropractor just to come to our office. Why? Were we any better than the people that they passed on our way there? No, they were just a comfort level in that. Now what happens if we were in that same community, right? Again, it can be a big practice boost for what you want to do. And again, this question was posed to me, well, you know what, I'm already really busy in my practice. I don't know that I should go out and do this. You know what? What was Dan Neibauer's solution to that? I'm going to hire this young guy, and I'm going to put him out there, right? And that was me, right? You know, I don't think that I think we need to be optimistic about what we can do and how we want to practice and all of those things. And for some people, they don't want to go on site, and that's fine. I'm guessing you guys signed up for this class for a reason, and you guys might be interested. Credibility in the community, and as I said, it's just a really enjoyable way to practice. It is so much more fun to see people literally transform themselves, right? Really to make a difference. Isn't it fun when you have that patient that you've worked with for a while who's just a different person, right? They're just a happier person, they're a healthier person. When you walk into an environment like this and you're doing that and it's on a bigger scale and you get to see it more often, it's really a fun way to practice. It really gets back to why I think most of us went to school, right? Is to be able to help people. And you go, wow, I might have had just a little bit of that process involved what we're doing here. And so I think it's a great way to practice. Program development and logistics. So when we're taking a look at an on-site program, what considerations do we need to make when we're taking a look at logistics, and how do we create this program, and what do we do for all of these things? How many hours should I be on site? What's my scope of practice? How am I going to handle documentation and reporting? How do I decide how much I'm going to charge for this? Has that question crossed anybody's mind here? I think it's probably crossed everybody's mind. How much do we charge for this? Right? How do I track the results? What are the resources I get? All of these questions here for us. How do we go about handling these issues that we're not really sure where they're going to go? So, on-site hours. I would tell you that the on-site hours depend upon how many people are there, number one, right? Are we doing a test process? Are we starting the program out? Most of the programs that we put on is that we split it into a couple days. Let's say a company of 200 employees, we're going to be on site 2 days a week for 3 hours each day. Set a program up, and what are we going to do? We're going to tell the company that this is what we're going to start with, and then we're going to see after a series of time if this is going to work or not. Right? It's part of that reevaluation of the program that we talked about earlier this morning. Right? So will this number of hours be able to take care of your employees? So if you've got a company of 1,500, right, you're going to have a lot of hours that are going to be there. But the good thing is you can always set your hours and then make sure that you're in communication with the company that helps them understand that you want to make your time efficient, and they want to make sure that their time, that your time there is well used too. So I would tell you that most companies, if they're smart, if you're dealing with people who are astute, they're going to say, I really want somebody here early in the week and I want somebody here late in the week. Why is that? Any idea why they want that? One of the companies that we're in negotiation with right now are demanding that we have to have at least one or the other and would like both. A day early in the week and a day late in the week. Why is that? Am I boring you that much? Come on.
Late in the week, they're fatigued.
Fatigue late in the week. What about why early in the week? See what they did over the weekend, right? Right? We want people there early in the week because we're out beating ourselves up all weekend, right? And wouldn't it be great to have somebody right at work when I walk in Monday morning so I can take care of that issue that I was dealing with all weekend? So we don't have to worry about a work comp the rest of the week, right? I don't have to worry about them, coming in and then hurting themselves further, and now it's a work comp case, right? We want them at the end of the week because we have had all that fatigue all week long, and we want to make sure that we know at the end of the week they're okay heading home so that when they come back in on Monday, we can say, well, what'd you do over the weekend? Right? instead of saying, well, no, this happened last Wednesday. Well, why didn't you see me on Friday? You really got to see me on Friday then. So in an ideal situation, obviously we need to integrate that into your practice and those types of things. There are some companies that I was on site Tuesday and Thursday, right? There are some companies that I was on site Monday, Wednesday, Friday, some that I was just there on Thursday. Sometimes I was there every other Friday, right? It depends upon the number of employees and the best possible situation. One of the things that I would recommend is that in addition to your on-site hours, the employees have the ability to contact you somehow, right, when you're not there. Or a supervisor or the HR person can contact you and say, hey, you know what, we're having trouble here, what should we do? Well, this happened a lot, right? When I was back running a handful of programs, 2 days a week I was in the Twin Cities here, and the other days I was out further west, right? And I couldn't be in both spots at the same time, so every once in a while when I was in Eden Prairie, Minnesota at the company, I'd get a phone call saying, we're having problems with Joan, what should we do? Put Joan on the phone. Let's go through a phone consultation. If we can make a diagnosis at that point, we can give her some stretches or some exercise. If we can't, then what we're going to do is we're going to say, Joan, I either need to see you at 3 o'clock back at the office, right? Or you need to go home and do these stretches. Or you know what, you got to go and you got to see somebody right here. This is what I'd like you to do. I want you to go see Julie Schmidt down the road, right? That's what we have to do. We have to make ourselves available outside hours for these consultations. It's very easy in our world today, right? You know, I mean, emails, text message, all of these things. Make yourself available so that they have a comfort level, and then obviously document that. If you're getting 15 phone calls, 15 text messages, 15 emails a week, what do you need to do with your program? You need to increase the scope of time, right? You need to find a way to do a little bit more. How do we provide resources when you're off-site? Okay, talked about that, right? We want them to be able to contact you with the knowledge that obviously in an emergency situation, right, they're not going to wait for you to respond. You always want the best care for the individual, and if there's ever a question, they can always feel free to move forward with whatever they want. That's why it's important to work out connections and networking within people within your community, right? So when you can't take care of somebody, somebody's there. What happens when you're on vacation for 2 weeks, right? Or 2 days, right? Who handles things in that situation? Make sure that's part of your plan. Scope of practice, what conditions should I be treating on site? Don, I think, brought up, do you handle first aid stuff too? Do you handle scrapes and bumps and bruises and cuts and all of those types of things? And yeah, I would tell you that you have a scope of practice within the state you practice in. You obviously have to stay within that scope of practice and under the direction of your chiropractic license. So you have to stay within that scope of practice. Certainly first aid things are things that you can consult and handle and happens all the time, right? You know, oh man, we got a cut here. Should we go in for this? Shouldn't we go in for that? You know, that's going to be part of what's going to happen. You're going to be seen as the on-site healthcare expert. Part of what I think a service that you should offer to these people is the idea of triage, right? What should we be doing, right? You know, it's pretty easy to decide when the guy runs his finger through the saw what to do. Right? Well, let's go, you know, right? When they get a cut, what should I do? And do it to your comfort level, right? You know, give them the best possible recommendation you can. Do the best you can to take care of that person, and then understand that you might not have all the answers, and so don't be afraid to refer. You know what? This is what I'd do is I would take care of it like this, and if it isn't better by 4 o'clock this afternoon, stop by the clinic on your way home and have them take a look at it, right? Do the best you can with each individual patient. But certainly, there are a number of conditions that we can treat. And I would tell you that if you spend 70% of your day treating really, really bad conditions, meaning let's say pain levels of 7 and above, then you're not focusing enough on the prevention side of things, right? You're not focusing enough on the early detection side of things. So when we talk about conditions, so many of them we can treat, but understand that we have to stay within our scope of practice, and it doesn't matter if we're on-site or if we're off-site or wherever we are. I don't care if we're treating out of a van that we drive around, right? We have a scope of practice that's put forth by each state that we're in, and we should stick to that. What defines the doctor-patient relationship? Sometimes this can get a little bit confusing on-site, right? We're in a community, right? The same standard applies on-site as it does off-site, right? So, you know, the same doctor-patient relationships exist. If you're in a situation where you're communicating on your health care, and you're seen as the doctor, they are the patient, right? Keep this in mind. Don't be dating people that you're treating at work or something silly like that. These are common sense things, and I feel a little bit foolish even bringing it up, but I'm bringing it up because what? People have made the mistake before, right? I would highly suggest that at the end of your workday, right, and it's Friday, and you just finished up your on-site hours, you don't meet the whole group of coworkers up at the corner bar. Just don't do it. Right? It just sets things up for a bad situation. I'm not saying how to live your life in your own, but you understand what I'm saying, right? That's going to be certainly important, and respect that doctor-patient relationship because it exists. And it exists not only with the person in that treatment room, it exists with those people when you walk out on the floor and you're looking at their workstation. Be respectful. If I'm coming up to Brad's workstation, and I know that we're going to have a healthcare talk, and we got all kinds of people around, right? Brad, are you okay that I go through with this right now with you? They're going to say yes, right? And I'm going to say, okay, how's the shoulder doing? Right? So we've just gotten consent to have this conversation, and he's okay with it, right? We've had some documentation where we're respecting his privacy issues, and a lot of those things we're going to get into in January, but they're important to remember as we're going through our scope of practice and understanding the relationship that should be here. How do we handle conditions that are beyond our scope of practice? I think I've discussed that, right? I mean, get them to the right people. Don't just let them go. Don't just say, well, it's not my problem. It is your problem. The company hired you to make sure that we're doing the best we can with every employee, and part of doing the best you can with an employee isn't always treating the employee, it's getting them to the right person at the right time. How do we handle documentation and reporting? Again, another subject that we're going to get into a lot more in depth in our next session because it gets down to some legal reasons and some liability issues. Who can you communicate with as far as reporting and how much can you tell them? Is it a good idea to walk out to a supervisor and say, hey, you know what, I know Chris is over here. How's his shoulder been going? He's been coming in and dealing with this shoulder issue for me for a long time. Can I do that? No. Not without getting his permission first, right? I don't care if it's the direct supervisor. I don't even care if it's in everybody's best interest. It's in Chris's best interest if I go talk to his supervisor, right, and get feedback. But just don't go do it without Chris knowing, right? Without him signing off saying, Chris, you know what, I'd like to talk to your supervisor. Are you okay with that? Sign this daily note right here that says we're going to consult with your supervisor. Now let's go have a conversation, right? Be very careful about that because what will happen is this case, is that the supervisor will come up to you and you say, hey, did you see Chris today? He should have been in to see you this morning. Did he? And what you say at that point is, you know what, Paul? I can't talk about that. We'll get it taken care of. We'll get back in touch with you. And then you go on, right? But there can be a very gray area there that we'll cover in a little bit more depth in our third weekend here. Along with HIPAA regulations, these are things that we're going to talk about as far as where we stand with a lot of these things, what factors differ from your private practice off-site. I would say that the biggest difference from your private practice off-site is that you're walking into a community, right? A very close-knit group of people. And it's great for your health care because you want to know what? You're going to know their kids, and you're going to get invited to their weddings, and you're going to get invited to their, all these things, and you're going to get to know these people at a much more intimate level than you would in your clinical practice because you're just with them a whole lot more, right? Right? And so there's a little bit of difference there, but just don't let that cloud the lines between being a doctor and the patient. And it's difficult because patients will want that from you, right? They'll want, they'll feel like you're not only their chiropractor, but you're their good friend, right? Because you care about what they're doing. So just be cautious of that. Compensation. How much do you think you should get paid? How much do you think you should charge a company for being on site 6 hours a day? Or, 6 hours a week. Anybody? So how much can you make in your private practice at 6 hours? That's one way people do it. What's another way? How many people you're going to be seeing in those 6 hours? How much service are you going to be doing? How much money are you saving the company in those 6 hours? Right? What do other people get paid? for doing this same service or services similar. I'll tell you that again, if you're looking at an hourly wage, there's a lot of risk consultants and those type of people that make about $120 an hour. There's some physical therapists that will come on site and charge $60 an hour. There's massage therapists that'll come on site and they'll charge $40 an hour or $50 or $60 an hour. There are high-level design ergonomists that will charge $400 per hour. Obviously, it's a question that we can't answer specifically for you. It should be, I believe, dependent upon, obviously, the people that you're engaging in your program, right? It should have some factor in the impact that you're having for the employer, right? And I also believe that we need to be in a general range that is specific to our professional knowledge and the resources that we bring. I don't believe you should be judging yourself by the compensation schedule of somebody who just does healthcare talks. Let's say a wellness coach or something like that. I think you bring better service. I think you bring more options, right? And certainly it does. What is the standard for your community as far as care? What does an average office visit cost, right? Does it cost $60? And should you charge $60 per visit on site? I would say you shouldn't charge $60 per visit on site because they can already get that service off site, right? And it's not going to cost you nearly as much money to be on site, right? Your efficiency is so much better. So all of these things that are going to factor into it. What else factors into it, I believe, is the other services that you are offering. And I think that this is a really important thing to educate the company on. You're not there just to adjust people, right? The idea is that you're going to develop a program that's going to provide care, that's going to have other branching influences. And that's why I think you should take a look at some of the other services, some of the wellness coaching stuff, some of the ergonomic aspects of being there, some of the employee education. I think when you can tailor all of that in, you're going to be able to charge a higher rate than if you're doing one specific service. So that's how we handle it. That's how I've handled it, is certainly that we're going to package a program for us, and you know, the company's going to come back and they're going to say, all right, well, we'll do this. Show me the return when we're all done, right? So I wouldn't charge $1,000 an hour and expect a very long contract either, right? We need to be reasonable about that. And so I'm not going to give you a specific answer. I just think that all of those things should be engaged in that process. How much do you think you should charge the patients? I think this is a conversation you need to have with the company before the program. I have seen programs where there has been no charge to the employees, and it drives utilization, and it's wonderful. If you're going to not charge the employees anything, then you need to have some accountability aspect to your care. You can't just allow people to come in and get a treatment every single time you're there, and you're the sole provider of health care, that they're not doing anything on their own, right? They're coming in and that SI is sore again, they're getting their SI adjusted, right? And they're going out and they're doing exactly the same thing, and well, why should I do my exercises? Because Dr. Chad's going to be back here on Wednesday and I'll just come in Wednesday again. And this is a difficult thing to handle on site because you have these people, right? And these people, you know, I mean, it's every single time you're there, they're on their list. And you just need to sit down and come up with a better plan. But it is a difficult thing to handle when you're on site. If there's a copay involved, obviously it's a little bit more difficult to drive engagement, right? You're not going to get as many people probably, especially at first. But I've seen something like a $10 copay be really efficient in running a program. It's not a lot. It puts some value to the employees, and so there are all these things. Most on-site wellness programs that are now being pushed by the bigger health groups don't have any cost to the employee. They say just go on-site, see that provider on-site, and then they put it in the hands of the on-site provider to make sure there isn't overutilization, that there's a check and balance in system. That somebody, the other thing is that you'll have patients that, you know what, it takes me 5 minutes to walk to Dr. Chad. I'm going to have about a 10-minute visit. I'll stop at the bathroom on the way. I get out of about a half-hour work right now. I'm going to go do that. Right? And they have, and then you got the supervisor knocking on your door saying, "What's going on here? You know what? Why is Susie taking 45 minutes to see you? every time you're here. And you're like, well, I saw her for 5 minutes. Then you need to have a conversation with Susie saying, hey, we got to come up with a different way. So there's pros and cons about a lot of those things. And if you've got further discussions that you'd like to engage, I'd be happy to answer those questions at the end. And we can talk a little bit further about that too. Tracking results. What numbers should I be tracking? Can anybody answer that question for me? What numbers should you be tracking? What outcomes, are you measuring? What are you tracking? Work comp and medical costs. Anybody else have any ideas? Mod factors. Absenteeism, presenteeism. So which ones should you be doing? All of them? As many as you can? How about we ask the employer, right? What numbers do you want to see at the end of this? Here's the list, right? Here's all the things that we think we can track. And here are my 4 things that I think should be most important to you. We'd love to be able to do that. Is there anything else you'd like us to track? Right? Because at the end of the day, at the end of the report, at the end of the year, when you got to go back with your return on investment report, right, you better have something together that they want to see. And sometimes they need some coaching in that. You need to say, yeah, I know that you want to do work comp. But really, I think that one of the things that's affecting your work comp really dramatically is the fact that your employee satisfaction survey right now is so stinking low. And I think if we just improved employee satisfaction, that's going to have an impact on on your work comp costs. Let's do that along with it, because that's really easy, right? That's a survey. We can have somebody put that together. We can do those types of things. Ask the person who's going to be evaluating you what they want to see. Make some suggestions to them, and then make sure that if they're asking you to do something, right, and you say yes, that you can follow through and provide that at the end. Because if you can't, they're going to say, well, what about this? This is what I really wanted to know. Yeah, it was a little too hard to do. How's that going to go over? Yeah, we didn't really know what to do there, or we didn't have the expertise in that area, or you know what, our numbers weren't quite as good, so I don't want to share those with you. Those things don't fly, right? That doesn't fly. So you got to track things, number one, that the company wants to, and number two, that you're able to do. Right? I would suggest that you try to focus your attention, especially early on, to a very select group, because it gets, you're so excited, right, about all the things that you can track and all the improvements you can make and all the things that you can do and all the things that you can show them when you're ready to sign the contract. And then you get into it and you realize, man, I don't know if I can do that. Or that's way more work than I thought, right? Be careful about what you're committing yourself to doing there, making sure that you're giving them the information you want and that you can do it. And I would tell you that we want to make sure that we can do that in a scientific manner, right? So know how to validate a survey and which questions are good and which questions aren't, and how can we really do a health risk appraisal, and how can we do these things that are going to produce some results that not only you can provide a company, but that you can collect and use to market to the next company down the line, right? That's a really important thing, really important. So you got to have not just a survey, you know what, you got to have a survey that means something. What are the resources that you have? We've talked about the ACA's Council on Occupational Health and the IAC-OHC. Certainly here at the Sweary Center, we hope to take on the endeavor of being a tremendous resource for DCs that are out there in practice. We believe that one of the powerful things that we have as an institution, as an educational institution, is to be able to help you sell your programs, to be able to track your programs, to manage your programs. We think that we have the ability and are going to be having the ability to be a guiding force for this chiropractic occupational health process, because you know what, sometimes it's hard to sell the program when you're the local chiropractor guy that just, or like Jim said, what do you mean, you're the chiropractor down on Red Wing? I'm going to go with this Mayo group, right? Sometimes it's easier to come in as an institution, for better or worse, and say, you know what, our goals here are to have a really good program and to be able to track some results. The sales side is easier. We really hope to be able to extend our influence, some of our resources, and some of our knowledge base, and be able to bring in experts like this return on investment expert from North Carolina to help us figure out programs that are best for you. And we hope to be able to provide those resources for you, and we're really excited about working with you as this process moves forward. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, right? OSHA, Bureau of Labor Statistics has all kinds of information. You were flooded with stuff yesterday. I've got more stuff here that I'm not going to get to today on the idea of statistics and what that means and how that works out for you. But the Bureau of Labor and Statistics has a lot of really good numbers that are out there. OSHA we've talked a little bit about. Well, COA is an organization that is Wellness Councils of America, and they're a group of people that have memberships that provide resources out to companies, to healthcare providers, to health and wellness specialists. Really, really a good organization that puts out a lot of really, really good material. They've have done a lot of great work over time. There's tons and tons of wellness resources out there right now. I mean, there's an endless supply of what is out there for you to be able to do, which is really exciting because 18 years ago, there just wasn't a whole lot in this arena for us, right? But now there's a lot of things that are available to us. Certainly your state associations should be able to provide some assistance in working with them, and I would encourage that as well. So we have a lot of resources that are out there. So what are we going to do to take all these resources, all these good ideas, and again, I want to capture a review of kind of how do we maximize the return on investment? What is it that we can do? What is going to provide long-term relationships for us? Right? The essential thing that we need to do is get in there, and we need to do a really, really good assessment. I'm not sure if you're sick of hearing me say that or not, but you should be by now because I think it is so important in what you do. I've tried to say it as often as I can. I believe that if you can take that assessment phase and do a good job with that assessment, and I don't care if you're going to go in and do that low back injury prevention program, your assessment phase says that you're responsible to ask them how many injuries they've had, how many low back cases have they had that have resulted in this, and then to do the further assessment of go on site, take a look at it for 10 minutes and say, okay, all right, I'll put together a program for you, right? That's the assessment phase in that. Obviously, it's a lot more involved if you're going to go in and do an on-site wellness program or you're going to do on-site care, right? Then your assessment phase looks a little bit different. But whatever service you're offering, don't skip this phase, right? You'll go in, you'll look unprepared, right, if it's just that healthcare talk. But I guarantee you, if you do an assessment phase to give a little half-hour or an hour presentation to a company, that company's going to sit up and say, this guy is serious about this. This guy knows what he's doing, right? That establishes your credibility. That establishes the long-term relationship opportunities that are there. When we maximize the return on investment, we see some really good things happen. If you're going to see maximum return on investment, you must retool your program or your service. I don't care if it's that low back service. Don't come back a year later and give that same one. Go back, take a look at what they're doing again, go through the same process, retool it a little bit. If you're providing an on-site care program, you better go through and evaluate your program on a routine basis so that you can make suggestions. I don't care if you think you're still doing as good a job as you did a year ago. Come back to the company and say, God, you know what, I'd like to do this just a little bit better. You know how that looks to them, right? That doesn't show compliance on your part, right? I mean, that shows that you're in it, right, for the long term, that things are going great, but you have some more suggestions. And it also shows the company sometimes your humility in the fact that you're willing to admit that things didn't go well sometimes, but that you're willing to retool to make it go better. That, again, builds that long-term relationship and maximizes what we're doing. I believe that you need to be an on-site wellness champion and really be able to push this health and wellness initiative. Obviously, I believe that if we're going to maximize return on investment, we need to be able to measure that. And if you're unwilling to collect the data, you're unwilling to look at the outcomes, you're unwilling to do that scientific side of things, again, it's just not going to produce the same results, for sure, and you're not going to have those tools to move forward and to be able to share with companies what you can do to help them out on a bigger term. I'll take a step back and I'll talk a little bit about this idea of this on-site champion, this wellness champion, because I believe that when you're on site and you're seen as the on-site health care provider, you've got to have a few different roles in what you do. You're going to be a DC. You're going to be seen as a healthcare provider. And in that light, there are times when you're going to need to be the teacher, right? You're going to need to teach management. You're going to need to teach a line lead. You're going to need to teach a production level employee. You're going to need to teach the gentleman in accounting, right, or the lady in marketing, or whoever it is. You're going to need to teach people. So you're going to need to have that teacher hat on, right? So part of that role of being an on-site champion is being an educator. And I think that if we take that on as part of our role, that my job is not only to make that adjustment, right, but my job is to teach and educate and train that employee on being a healthier person. That's one of the hats that you have to wear, right? Another hat that you have to wear is that you got to be a coach, right? You got to be able to take that education and you got to be able to train them, right? You got to be able to encourage them. You got to be able to challenge them. You got to be able to be that coach sometimes. Sometimes you're that health coach, right? You got to be a cheerleader. Sometimes you got to go out, as I said before, and what you have to do is you got to encourage somebody who just needs a little bit more push, a little bit more motivation, right? Sometimes you got to go out and say, good job, right? Way to go. Sometimes you got to go out and you got to lift somebody's spirits a little bit and tell them to stick with it, that, you know what, we're getting closer, right? It's that new employee that's at week 2 now. Keep working with me, keep doing those stretches. I know you're in the game, right? Stay with it, right? We're going to get there. You'll see next week we'll make progress. Sometimes you got to be that cheerleader. And the last thing I think you need to be is that you need to be a DJ. And this is the thing that I share with companies a lot. And the question is, what's that all about, right? So you got to be the wedding DJ, right? That's a big role that we play. What's the job of a DJ at a wedding? Entertain them, right? Anything else? What's the hope, right? If I've got a wedding and I hire a DJ as the person paying the bill, what do I want to see out on the dance floor? I want to see a lot of people out there, right? We've got to be that wedding DJ that's going to get as many people onto the dance floor as we can, right? We've got to play the right music. We've got to keep the momentum. We've got to encourage. Some people are showing up at our programs because they just like to dance. They're already on the dance floor, right? They're going to dance no matter what. They came there to dance, right? And there are some people that come to a wedding reception, and there is no way they are ever getting out on that dance floor. Have I just described the top 10 and the bottom 10? The DJ's got to play the music to get the 80% in there, right? So what do? I watch what happens. I play some music. Does that encourage people, right? What music do I like? Did I know my demographics? Should I be playing polka music? Should I be playing hip-hop? What music should I be playing, right? In my audience, what's going to get the most people out there, right? How can I encourage them? When I get them out there, when I get them on the dance floor, when I get them engaged in your wellness program, when we have high engagement in the program, should we be thinking, how did this happen? Let's continue to do it. Right? That's the role that we need to play. That's what we need to have happen. It's our goal to get that 80% out on the dance floor. I think that should be our goal in clinical practice as well. It's just a lot tougher, right? When we're on site, we've got a lot more control over this. We can walk out and say, God, you know what? Let's go talk to that supervisor because he doesn't have anybody from his department coming in to see me right now. How can that be? How can I be seeing 40% of every department except for his? Is it a problem with the supervisor? Did something not go well that I wasn't right? Am I not communicating things right? Is it the demographics of that group? What is it? What can I do? Should my next monthly seminar be to attract people directly out of that so we can start to engage that part of the population? Right? That's what we need to do. That's what we need to be thinking about. Those are the types of things that I think are going to make you the on-site wellness champion. And that's what they're going to see you, right? Isn't that a great thing? Wouldn't you like to be that champion in your community? Right? Wouldn't you like to be able to have the local newspaper do an article and have everybody talk about how great it is to have you on site there? Would that go over well in your community? It really should, right? It really should, right? Wouldn't you like to get a call from the employer down the road who heard about your program because somebody's spouse works at that company and they want to know if you can come to this company because that's what happened in the first 2 programs, right? We were on site at that first program and somebody whose spouse worked at the hearing aid company, right? They had somebody who worked just down the road. Their spouse worked just down the road. And the spouse said, well, my husband, actually it was his wife, my wife works down the road at company XYZ, and they have a chiropractor on site, and why don't we have one here? And the owner of the company, who was not a chiropractic supporter originally, called us up and said, what's going on down there? What should, come in and tell me what's going on. Wow, I didn't have to do any more. I spent 0 marketing dollars on that, right? I didn't have any time invested in getting that second company. Somebody else did it for me. That's a pretty cool thing, right? That's a pretty good opportunity. Right? That's what happens when you go in and you do, again, one simple thing. What is it? Stick with me. What should I be doing? Who should I be focusing on when I'm there? Patient care, right? Doing the best I can for that individual. Did I work on a marketing plan to get that second company? No. That wasn't my goal. My goal wasn't to create statistics that would get me that next company. My goal was to take care of that one individual, and I just happened to take care of that one individual, and they liked it so much they told their spouse, and then their spouse told their employer, and then they came back to me. Things happen when we have our focus right. And when we don't have our focus right, it doesn't go well either. Again, I'll tell you that in tracking our outcomes, we want to set baseline measurements. We've mentioned that health outcome baseline measurements can be biometrics, can be turnover, morale. We've talked about these things, having short and long-term goals. How can we measure those goals, right? We talked about which goals should be short-term and which goals should be long-term. We've talked about indirect and direct return on investment or value on investment, which is another important thing. So these are some of the things that we've certainly covered here. Why are we tracking outcomes? Not only to get our statistics, but it validates what we do, right? I mean, in chiropractic for so long, we say what we do works, right? We haven't done a very good job of putting together scientific data that says what we do works. We have some studies that say we have 10% improvement over other things or these types. We have more than we did, right? But we need to bring some more validation to the idea that this works. That happens only if we do scientific documentation of our outcomes. Very, very important. I also believe we need to track our outcomes to be able to adapt. The only way you can adapt your program is if you're tracking it and figure out why it's going right or why it's going wrong. Certainly that leads into some sustainability. And then we need to be accountable, right? One of the things that I tell employers when we sit down with them is that I don't want to be a part of any unsuccessful program. If this program is not succeeding, I want to stop the relationship. We've done something wrong then. And I don't want to be involved in something that is not working, right? But the only way we know that is if we track numbers, right? So, obviously, if things don't work as well as we think, then we come back to them and we say, we need to change our program then, right? So we need to be accountable to our outcomes. We need to watch out for the pitfalls. We'll cover this and we'll take a little break. I think, again, this is important for us. Right? When we're going down the sidewalk of life, this is my now 14-year-old. He's not very happy that I use this picture. What we got to watch out for is the pitfalls. I would tell you that there's a couple really, really big pitfalls. Number one, you're going to hear me say that if our focus isn't on the best possible patient care, if we get lazy in what we're doing, if we get content in what we're doing, that's a really, really big pitfall. If our focus goes away from where it should be, bad things happen. Okay? We've got to stay focused on what's most important, patient care, and us delivering that to those patients. Another really big pitfall is overpromising and under-delivering, right? We sit in those initial meetings and we promise we can do this and we promise we can do that, and then what happens is that we just can't quite fulfill that. It's always a better situation to set those expectations at a more reasonable level and then hit them by a lot, right? It's so much more fun when you're sitting in a meeting and you've just really exceeded the expectations that you've put in, and it's not very much fun when you're in those meetings where you haven't met those expectations. And that comes with being reasonable and realistic when you're setting your program up, when you're evaluating your program, when you're setting your outcome studies and your baselines. Really take the time to stay on track and not overpromise and underdeliver. The third thing I'll tell you is this, is that I really believe that you need to stay within what you do best, right? And if that is out talking and communicating, doing this type of stuff, then go do this, right? And if it's patient care, do that. And if it's, as Dave Gilkey is talking with me last night, he's worked in this occupational health field, and he's kind of shifted away from patient care and doing a lot of other things. Great. He's really, really good at that stuff, right? We need more chiropractors doing what he does, right? stay within your comfort zone, stay within your expertise, right? Really important for us not to overcommit ourselves to things that are outside of what we do very well. And don't be afraid to say that, hey, I should have some help in this area, right? That, again, that's a good business plan. That's a good way to move forward. If you have a practice in your community and you're not very comfortable marketing, you should go hire somebody to market your practice. If you're not very comfortable marketing your on-site program, you should hire somebody to go market your on-site program. Being able to be self-aware is really important there. We'll take about a 10-minute break. One thing that I'll go through before I get to some case studies and just take a couple minutes, I've talked a little bit about this as we've gone through, but I think you need to understand industry just a little bit and who the players are. The Human Resource Department, generalizations for them is that, again, as I said earlier, they are people personnel, right? They're used to dealing with people. Don't have them do your sales. Another thing that I'll tell you about the HR department is just about everyone in HR is overworked with far too many responsibilities and far too many tasks, and they are spread so thin, especially at small to medium-sized companies. It is really a lot on their plate. And so one of the things when you go to them with your great idea of bringing on-site care is that initially they will look at it as, oh my gosh, just one more thing that I've got to try to manage. There's no way, I'm not even going to push this agenda. You have to explain to that person that you being on site is going to lighten their load, is going to make them not only look good, but that you're going to be able to step in and take care of the problems that they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis much more so. So make sure that you share that part of it with them. The other thing I'll tell you about that human resource people, just about always they are not going to be the decision maker on your program. They're not going to be the one who says yes or no. They're going to be the one you work with, the one that helps manage it, but just about always, unless the HR person is the owner or is a VP of HR, sometimes then in that situation in dealing with bigger companies, then you will. But really the key to success is to show them how they can win at their job and helping them know how you can make them look better. As I said earlier in the weekend, some of these HR people might not be great about their documentation, and so they don't want to show it to you to look bad. You know, don't make them look bad, right? You know, help them understand how you can make them look better. Certainly you want to reduce their workload, as I said, and you don't need to try to sell them, right? You just need to explain to them how this program is going to work. They're not the decision makers. You don't need to sell them. Management, again, a different generalization here for us, right? Managers are usually more analytical. They're not so touchy-feely. They want to know the numbers. They want to know how the logistics are going to work out. They want to know these types of things, right? You're going to have to focus on profit-loss statement type stuff, return on investment. Those are the types of things that upper management is going to be a lot more concerned with than, say, opposed to the employees or mid-level managers or those types of things. Again, a key to working and being successful here is know who the decision maker is in the management, right? Know who's going to have. And sometimes it isn't just one person. Sometimes it's, you know, there's a combination of two people. The financial person, right, is involved as well as the production manager, right? Because the production manager is all of a sudden pretty concerned that when you're pulling people off of the line to see them, they're not going to be able to meet their production goals. So it's your job to talk to that person and say to the production manager, if you know that they're involved in the decision-making process, you know what, we might steal that person away, but we're also going to make sure that they're coming back in tomorrow morning as healthy as can be, right? And it affects production in that way as well. So know who you're talking to and what the decision makers will be. Again, we have to show statistics and data to management, find out other programs that have been successful, take the materials that Elizabeth went through and showed you yesterday, go out there and find what's being done. One more time, I'll get back to something I said yesterday. I think a great opportunity that we have is to utilize social media and the ACA Council on Occupational Health's LinkedIn Discussion Center. Talk to Donna if you want further information on how to get to that. I will commit to you that I will post 3 articles that we did not talk about this weekend and point out statistical facts on that discussion session in the next 3 weeks. I'll do 1 a week for the next 3 weeks. That'll add to this discussion. That'll be tools that you have. Go there and find them and give me your feedback, right? Get involved. Even if it's questions, right? We don't always have to have the answers to things. We don't always have to have the right answers, right? So giving our opinion in discussion matters. It's a great opportunity for us. So certainly we need to have statistics that we have. And in addition to that, we need to be flexible with management. We need to say, you know what, okay, well, this isn't the primary, this isn't the ideal thing, but this is the next best thing, and so let's move forward with that and move in the right direction. So certainly be willing to hear what they want to see happen or take place. With the employees, right, this is where our focus is going to have to be, right? They have to have the feeling that this program benefits them. It's for them, right? That lack of responsibility in health and safety is something that they're used to, right? They're used to saying, well, the company's responsible, or the safety committee's responsible for this, or you know what, that's what I got health insurance for. I'll go take care. No, those are things that we need to change. That's the way they're thinking right now. If we're going to see success, we have to find a way to motivate them, right? We need to find the people out there. We need to find that top 10% that I've talked about a couple times and use them to drive our program, right? We need them to be our spokesman. We need them to lead people in a direction that's going to improve. A great, great story that I don't know that I've shared with this group, but I will again if I haven't, is that I found one of these individuals at that first company. She was a lady in her mid-40s at the time, not very healthy, not very active, was a smoker, but something sparked one day in one of our conversations, and she just decided she was going to make a change. And a lot of people do that and they don't necessarily fall through, but Mary fell through, right? She followed through. Matter of fact, she went home and started running that night, but she could only run a block. And then the next night she ran a couple blocks, and a few weeks later she was doing a little bit more, and a couple weeks down the line she decided what she was going to do to motivate herself is that she was not only going to improve herself for her own benefit, but she was going to raise money and run a marathon, right, for the Leukemia Society. And so she went out and raised money for this marathon that she was going to run, right? Here she is, 46 years old, can't run a block, and this is her goal, right? But what she does is that she realizes that she needs to engage other people in this process, otherwise she can't do it, right? So she engaged a couple of her co-workers to at least walk around the parking lot at noon. And pretty soon there was not 2 or 3, right? There was 30 women walking around this parking lot, right? And the HR person said, what is going on with this, you know, right? Very, very good. All started by Mary. And not only that did Mary continue to move through that process, but again, Mary headed up the weight loss program that was initiated. And Mary championed a handful of other things. And you know what? 10 months after she ran that first block, she ran down at Disney at the marathon down there, right? And she finished the race 26.2 miles in, I think, 7 hours and some minutes. She didn't run fast, did she? Right? But she finished. And I can't tell you the change in Mary's attitude. Physically, there was a lot of difference, right? She lost all the weight she needed to. Physically, she was great. But you want to bring positive energy. You want to change the morale of the environment that you sign. Find 1 or 2 of these people. You don't have to carry that. Those people are out there. And if you find somebody like Mary that will champion these things, and nobody likes to talk about her story more than Mary. She's a proud gal, right? I mean, at 40-some years old, right, she changed her life. Right? She no longer had to live the way she was living. Right? Now what she does is she goes out and she gives little healthcare classes on all these things too, right? And so what a great thing, right? This was a great story, and not only, as I said, did it influence her, but she impacted so many people at her place of work. I can't tell you how many people started wellness programs, started coming in to see me. You know, they thought I had lit some fire that was great, and you can't do it with everybody, but boy, it was a great way to engage people in, because I found somebody in that top 10%. I found one of the motivators that was already out there for us, is what I'm saying. I think if we're going to have healthcare be a strong influence with employees, is that we've got to make it convenient, so we've got to be at their place of work. You've heard me say that, and that's why we're all here. So how about this guy? What can we do with this guy? Do you know that this guy worked at this workstation for about the last 25 years? I think he's worked at the company for about 37, and for the last 25 years, he worked at this exact same workstation, right? So let's take a look at the case study here for us, right? So let's think about our assessment. Let's think about our strategic planning. Let's go through and see. So our assessment found an aging workforce, deteriorating health, high workplace injury rate, low wellness utilization. They had some wellness stuff, just wasn't being utilized. How did I know all of those things in the assessment? What did I do? How did I know that they were an aging workforce? We asked them, company, What's your average age of your employee? What's the mean age of your employee? What's your oldest employee? What's your youngest employee? How did they break down into categories? This company could give us that information. It was a great opportunity. Not all companies will. How do we know that they had that their health was deteriorating? Healthcare costs were going up. That was one of them. Survey, right? Health risk appraisal. They were telling us. They thought, I'm getting old and things are going bad, right? They told us those things, right? Their health status survey was bad. How do we know that we had high workplace injuries? We got the lost run report, right? We got the OSHA 300 log. We did all of those things in the assessment. We went out, we talked to the employees, we talked to their supervisors, we talked to management. These are the things that we found in the assessment. We found out that they had really low utilization of a wellness program that the company was paying a lot of money for. This was a really big company that had one facility here in the Twin Cities. And their big company had all of these services that they could use and access. And this facility was their lowest utilization rate of anyone in the country. Right? And the big company, a lot of facilities. Why was this one so low? We're strategically planning now. All of the wellness services were so easy to access. The company was so frustrated. All they had to do was log in online and go get them all. Does Dave look like he wants to log into a computer when he gets done with work? Do you think that's where he wants to go with his health information? No. They had an aging workforce that maybe wasn't either as adaptable to this new form of wellness, right, or those types of things. So what do? We went out and we took a look at their workstations and all of these things, right? This was the proposal that we have. We're going to do some ergonomic intervention. We're going to have a health and wellness education and integration. We're going to do some on-site care. We're going to have some health coaching. And we're going to provide some wellness integration because we need to utilize the resources that they already have. This was the strategic plan. This is our proposal now, right? These are the things that we felt were really important. And when we started this program, we got the company to say, you know what, this is exactly what we needed. It was a home run, right? They want to do everything we wanted to do. It was fabulous for us, right? What were our goals? We wanted to improve the wellness engagement. We wanted to reduce workplace injuries, and we wanted to reduce medical expense. I wanted to reduce the medical expense. The company didn't care about that at all at first, right? They just wanted to reduce the work comp expense. So which things did we measure at first? Work comp, right? So this is what happened. When we integrated all of those things, right? We put on-site care involved, and we improved their workstations just a little bit. We made all of these improvements, and this is what happened with their work comp. Do you think that the company minded paying us a pretty healthy salary to be on-site to treat those employees, right? When we started with them, their work comp expenses were over $570,000. As time went down, we saw a really big dip that first year. Still a little bit of improvement. Why did we have a negative number in year 3? Does anybody know? They got money back from there. That's why that is in front, right? That's a negative number. Why did they get that money back? Because what happened was they weren't spending as much work comp as they had been prorated to do so. So the insurance company says, congratulations, now we got to give you back some of your premium, right? That was a really good day, right? And then even after that, we were able to maintain $80,000, and it maintained that as time went for us too, right? So this was a big indicator that they wanted, right? Did we do a pretty good job there? Yeah. Is that an easy program? That first year, do you think it was easy to go back and to sign them up for another $80,000 contract when this is just one of the factors that they're seeing? Right? You can't have these numbers right here and not have a lot of other really good things going on, can you? What do you think happened to the employee morale at this facility? Right? What do you think happened to the engagement in the wellness program at this facility? All of those things. This is just one of those things that measured. But what happens when we get down to 80,000 and we want to charge 80,000 still? Should we keep measuring work comp as our primary indicator for the success and the return on investment of the program? No, because you can't save any more money, right? I mean, maybe we could save more than $80,000, but my point is that at this point of the program, this is why we have to reevaluate and reset baselines and reevaluate what we're going to have as our outcome measures, because you can't keep going back to that once you've made we took a really low-hanging fruit right here, and we made some really good improvements. But at that point, then, we needed to reevaluate what we were doing moving forward to continue to succeed over time for us. other outcomes that we saw is that we had 82% of employees utilizing the on-site clinic. 82% of the employees that worked at this facility were coming in for care. That's a pretty good thing. Should that scare companies, or should companies be excited about that? Excited when they see these big savings, right? You bet. How can we get the last 18% in there, right? Right? 93% of the people that utilized the program stated that they had a positive impact on their health. Again, man, what do you think that did for the general health care dollars? Right? If they were saying that they were healthier, do you think that they probably saw some general health care dollar savings? I can't tell you if they did or didn't. You want to know why? Because when I signed the contract, right, and we set our baselines, do you remember me saying that it was my goal to track general health care and it wasn't theirs, and I said, okay, we don't need to do that? Guess what the company came back to me and said? We're saving money. We're just not going to show you how much. Right? Get your baselines down early, get it signed in your contract, what you want to track, and make sure that you can have the results to those numbers. Right? Because they didn't want me to know what we were saving, right? Because they knew that might affect the rate at which I was billing them, right? Or it would be a competitive advantage, or all of these other things. You can see the other statistics that are here as well. How about the employee morale went from a 6.4 to an 8.1, and that might not look like a big difference, but if you can get an 8.1 on a scale of 10 at a union facility with guys in their 50s, that's a pretty impressive number, right? I mean, when they can feel good about that, do you think that affected this number? Yeah, you bet it did. They felt good about what their company was doing. They're willing to engage in the wellness program. We saw that 90 or 82% of them. Not only were they willing to engage in the program, they were willing to invest. Do you remember that slide? They were investing in the program, right? We had 50-year-old guys who had never done anything for their health in the last who knows how long, right? They were heading up wellness projects out on the floor, right? That's exciting stuff. Sustained reduction in work comp seen throughout the graph. Yeah?
What are you asking to track morale?
So in the morale in this situation, again, gets back to my strengths and my weaknesses. What this scale was is that we went through and we created a survey that had I think 5 questions, and then they went through and rated they answered those 5 questions, and then that gave them a score out of 10. And it was very simple. Again, I don't know that we're going to turn these statistics and ask them to be published because my survey wasn't as good as it could be. It showed us something for this company, right? The company loved this, but I think that we need to do a better job than what we see here. Great question. And obviously we were able to see the work comp reduction as well. How about this company right here? 180 employees, manufacturing company, mod factor of 1.02. Is that good, bad? What is it? That's average, right? Mod factor of 1 is average. We're right at that thing. But the bigger trouble is that mod factor is set from your last 3 years' record, right? So they take the last 3 years and they take a look at your work comp over those last 3 years, and then they come up with a number, and that's your modification factor. And I apologize that this doesn't come through well on the printed material. If you'd like me to send you the slide, we can do that too. The other thing that we saw is all 12 shoulder injuries over the last 6 months had been coming from the same department. They had 12 shoulder injuries in the same department in 6 months. Do you think that that's why they were asking me to take a look at what was going on? Right? They had already implemented ergonomic changes 10 months ago. Right? So why did we continue to have all of these shoulder injuries? Employee health risk appraisal showed significant shoulder, upper back, and neck complaints. Well, we're not surprised by that when we see that's their primary indicator. So what's our recommendation here? What do we want to do with this? Why do we think that they're all happening? From our healthcare background, what do we know about the shoulder joint? Highly mobile, right? What comes along, the more mobility we have, the less stability we have, right? What happens if these employees had been in the same department for a really long time, like Dave was in his, right? And it's just happened to be that after this long, we're finally making some changes. We're finally seeing those conditions come to the surface. And they really came to the surface when what happens? When we changed the way they did their work without asking them if they were ready to do so. Right? So their body had modified. Their body had adapted with all of the injury and the bone spurs and the degeneration in that joint to the way they were doing it for so long. And then we were so smart, we came in. This was before I got there. The company was so smart that they came in and that they made all these great ergonomic improvements, and they forgot to do one thing. Make sure that it wasn't going to be worse for the employee. Right? So that bone spur that I could get by because I never really had to do it, and I could always do it this way, and now I was asked to do it in a more proper way, but that bone spur grew different because I've been doing this differently, right? So that bone spur, well, broke through that muscle or irritated that tendon, right? And so we made some changes that were positive, right? Should have been positive, but we didn't take the health and well-being of the employer as important as it could be or should be probably for us. So obviously in this situation, on-site care is probably a pretty good thing. You know what? We found in the health risk appraisals that they're not very healthy people. If we can improve the overall health and well-being of these people, right, if we can take the conditions that they have been festering forever and ever and ever and ever and make some improvements, that's what we need to sell the company on. They wanted an answer as to why all these conditions kept going on. If I walk in there and tell them they need to make more ergonomic improvements, how well is that going to be received? They spent a lot of money on those ergonomic improvements. How about this one right here? 300 employees, light manufacturing, modification factor of 1.42. What do we think of that? That's not so good. How about the employee turnover rate? 39%. I think 4 out of 10 people weren't going to be there. You know, we're going to rotate over. That's an expensive way to do business. And it's a really expensive way the smaller the company you are, right? And there's still only 300 people. That means they have to hire how many people each year? It's a lot of people just to maintain where they're at, right? Loss run report, right? So what's that again?
Direct.
The direct work expense costs that were taking place, $500,000. So they're spending $500,000 on 300 employees just for the direct cost of the workplace. I don't think I've mentioned it, maybe Joe did last time. You'll see it in the literature that the indirect costs of an injury are anywhere from 3 to 6 times greater under most situations. Right? Maybe 4 to 8, 3 to 6, different people will tell you different things. But really, if we see the indirect costs are 3 to 6, and let's be conservative and say 3, that's on top of the direct costs for us, right? Again, very expensive. Lost days worked, 178 were lost due to workplace injury. 96 days of work restriction. Did we have that conversation somewhere this weekend? Who can remember what we said? Should we have, right, we should have more days of restriction than we do days lost. This company had a policy that if you can't do the job really close to where you were, right? We don't want you back because we don't want to hurt it further. I think that's an old school thinking, right? I think that we need to get that employee back. We need to find a way to engage them in work because what are we doing when we keep people out of work? Deconditioning, exactly right? You know, we got to engage them, not only physically, but mentally and emotionally into what's happening because they're gone for 3 weeks and then they come back and they have to recondition themselves to do their job, which they're probably going to exacerbate their condition. That's a much more dangerous process than it is to work with them on return to work things. And not only that, they're going to walk back into an environment where their supervisor's mad at them, their coworkers are really mad because their coworkers have had to do their job as well as the person who was out, right? And their supervisor doesn't trust the fact that they were really being honest about things, and they think this is ridiculous. That how could you possibly be out of work for 3 weeks and all you did was bend over to pick up your badge? How is that possible? Right? That's the environment they walk back into. We got to get these people back. We got to get them engaged so that we can do that. We have to work with companies to improve this number right here. Obviously, repetitive stress injuries were our far leading cause of all of this. Repetitive stress injuries, again, do they happen on the day they're reported? They're called repetitive stress injuries because we have repeated stress that eventually gets to be too much where the body breaks down to a point where it can no longer function well.
Lost run report is the direct cost of on-the-job injuries?
in this situation, this was the work comp loss one report. So a loss one report is the medical expenses that take place. Now, you can have work comp or you can have general health care, right? And again, the work comp is always much easier to get than the general health care, although that's changing dramatically right now too, because so many companies work with providers that can analyze the data very quickly, right? We're on a computerized age where we can run reports, hopefully, as long as we continue to push for them and push for them and push for them. So, again, what would we do here? We got to get on site. We got to improve the health and well-being of these people. We need to. Do you think we should propose the idea of a return to work program, right? Of a work hardening program, of a re-education, retooling the employee back in? Should that be part of our all-encompassing services? Right? Because if all we're doing is going on site and providing chiropractic care, if that's the extent of our service, we're going to see some improvement. But what are we going to do with that employee, right, that's out sitting out of work? How are we going to help them? We've got to be there to help them all, right? That's why we got to sit down with the company and say, this is a big part of what we got to do, but here's another part, and here's another part. Oh, by the way, we need to add in a patient education portion to what we're doing, right? We need to add in a patient integration portion, because all these repetitive stress injuries should never have happened. They should have come to you long before it ever happened. Matter of fact, they probably should have gone into their general practitioner or their local chiropractor or their physical therapist or their massage therapist or somebody to address those problems way before. But their mindset is, I'm not going to go in and I'm not going to take care of it until I can no longer use it. If we're waiting for people to no longer use something and then they're going to get attention, we're not going to be able to succeed. This is why our on-site program should work. This is why you as a company need to have me on site so that I can educate them on that, and then I can be there to do that for them, right? I can tell them what stretches they should be doing when we have just a little bit of numbness or tingling in the fingers, right? We don't have to wait till I can't feel my hand. Or I walk in from the cold and it takes me 3 hours for my circulation to come back in my finger. Is that a bad sign? Should we wait till we're to that point? No. You know what? We should be treating it when they come in and they say, it feels like I'm bruised on the elbow, but I don't see a bruise. That's when we need to get to them. So here's my challenge, right? Now what are you going to do? We've spent our second weekend talked about ergonomics, we've talked about on-site care, we've talked about the idea of early detection and prevention and all these great ideas and all these successful things you can do. And if what we talk about right here, right, stays right here, right, we sign out, we go home, we come back in January and say, oh, here I am again. You know, I think we're missing a lot of what's possible for us, right? It's just like when I talk to patients, right? You're sitting in a treatment room with them, you show them the stretches, you tell them how good it can be, and you say, what? Here are the things you need to do when you go. Now go put them into action, because if all we do is learn the information, all we got is information, right? If we go out and we put it into reality, that's where things start to happen, and that's where it gets really, really exciting. So my contention to you is that what services are you really considering right now? What do you want to do? Do you want to be able to market these programs? Do you want to be able to be the on-site? Do you want the ergonomic training? I was asked earlier, how much of the diplomat program, should I take the diplomat program or should I not? Right? That should be a question maybe you're thinking about. My answer is, I don't know. Why don't you start with it and see where it goes, right? Pick out, the great thing is that it's online right now. You don't have to buy, you don't have to sign up for the whole package. You can take the 2 or 3 that you really like and see where that goes, right? What is it that you want to do? I think that you should go home and tomorrow, by the end of the day, tomorrow you should be writing down what are the services that I'm most interested in right now. And you probably should send back a bunch of questions that you thought about to me in an email so that I can sit here on Tuesday and type out the response to that. That's an invitation I'm sending to you. Contact me. Let me ask me the questions. What does your practice allow should be a portion of that too. What are you really doing right now? How does that fit into what you're doing? Maybe you've got all kinds of time, maybe you've got no time. Where are you at in that, right? So how does it fit into your practice? Because we can want to do a lot of things. I don't know of anybody that goes to a seminar. Most seminars we go to provide really, really good information, right? We walk out of there going, man, that's great. Well, does it really fit into what your schedule can do or can allow? I think that's a question you should ask yourself. What do you want to achieve? Right? If you take a look at where you want to be in a year from now, what do you want to be doing 5 years from now,
That should be a question. Maybe you're at a point right now where you want to shift away from your practice. You'd rather do something that you get out and around. Great. Maybe what you want to do is you want to consider bringing in an associate who can go out and do some of these things. Maybe all you want to do is really be able to give some healthcare talks or some ergonomic work on site. Or maybe what you'd love to do is you'd just love to find just one company that I can spend 6 hours a week at, provide this easy sort of income and boost my practice in my community. Maybe that's your group, right? But you better ask yourself that question. Because if you don't ask yourself the question of what your goal is and what you want it to look like, it's very unlikely that it's going to happen. Right? Can we just think about it? I'm going to tell you to put it down on paper. Something happens in that moment, right? Something happens in that moment where you put it on paper and you commit it to yourself in doing it. It leads to something. Something happens somewhere and you run into somebody and you know what, and the next time you're at your Lions Club meeting, somebody comes up and says, "What did you do this weekend?" You said, "You can't believe what I just did this weekend. I went and talked about this on-site chiropractic. How many people are at your law firm? Maybe I should come over and take a look and see what I can do there." And that type of thing takes place. And you got to find out what's going to motivate yourself. Because, again, as exciting as this can look, and I try to paint that picture pretty brightly, that this is a great opportunity, what's going to motivate you? Why are you going to do this, right? Is it that it's going to provide some financial stability to what you want to do? Is it going to diversify your practice, which is a good idea, right? Is that what it's going to be? Is it going to be the fact that you're just going to have an opportunity to help your community, right? You're going to improve the profitability of the employers in your community, which is going to strengthen your community as a whole. Is that a motivating factor for you, right? How about are you going to have the ability to make a difference in a life like Mary? Is that going to motivate you? What is it that's going to motivate you? Write that down as well. That's what I think your home should be, right? That's what I think you should leave here. And then you can read through your notes, come back around, and find the resources to make it all happen.